Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the 2026 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing National Championship. We are here on the last day of the event at Southern Yacht Club in New Orleans, Louisiana. And good news, everybody, we've started an hour earlier to try to get in some more action. I'm joined in the booth today by Charlie Enright. My name's Clay Johnson, and welcome to the show. Charlie, tell us a little bit about the weather and what's going on so far for our viewers.
Yeah, we should have a great day of racing here on Lake Pontchartrain. Breeze is already in, as Clay insinuated. We're an hour early today. We should have, I'd say, between 5 and 10 knots of good breeze all day. We're about 60% of the way through the round of 15. The plan now is to go from that to a round of 6 and then a round of 4. But we'll kind of just have to stay vigilant as the day plays out and see what we have time for and kind of what the format's going to allow for.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings from yesterday and see how things are looking. At the top of the leaderboard, Stanford and Yale remain undefeated, both with perfect 8-0 records. And actually, I can tell the viewers, Stanford just looks like they just won their first race of the day against Roger Williams, so they're going to improve to 9-0. Brown, 7-2, followed by College of Charleston and Harvard at 6-3. Roger Williams is going to drop that race to Stanford to fall to 5-5. Dartmouth 5-4, Cornell 5-4. So as we start to make our way towards the top 6, these are going to be important races, and we're going to be focusing on that bubble kind of in the middle there. A lot of good team racing we saw yesterday, Charlie.
Yeah, sure did. Close racing. That's for sure. A lot of races changing outcome in like what was really like the last 100 meters of the race course here. I think with the teams being equally matched and the conditions being kind of up and down, you never quite knew where you stood until it was over.
Yeah, but the good news is we are going. We have a lofty goal of finishing these races. There's a 5 o'clock cutoff time today, Central Time, and I expect this to be a long day with a lot of great racing. So we're going to jump right into this. Race number 70 is going to be Yale in 1-2-3 against the University of Michigan in 16, 17, 18. And those boats are just getting ready to start this race.
We should have the drone in the air shortly here. And be able to pick up this race from the get-go.
We talked yesterday a little bit, maybe offline too, about just the level of team racing we're seeing. And this is I think it's the 5th year that they've had the Women's Team Racing National Championship. And every year the field gets a little deeper, and it's really cool to see women's team racing continue to grow.
Yeah, I think the level has come a tremendously long way, for sure. It's great to see 15 teams here, comprised of women from all over the country, some of which also competed in the Open Championship, which concluded just 2 days ago. So it's great to see, and I think, with the progress that's being made in the women's team racing space, I think we'll only see more women competing in the Open Championship here as college sailing moves into the future.
Yeah, I think there are two women skippers at the Open Regatta, Bella Casaretto at Dartmouth and Vanessa Larkamp for Stanford. And guess what? Both of those teams are in the top 4.
Should come as no surprise. Let's see Yale and Michigan here approaching the starting line.
So Yale's having a fantastic season. Certainly looking for a strong podium finish. I kind of expect them to be at the end. Same with Stanford. Those two teams are going to square off in race 105, the last race of this round robin. And Michigan is coming off a win at the end of the day yesterday. They were able to squeak by Tulane right at the end, get their first win.
Race came down to the wire like a lot of the races we saw yesterday. Looks like we're off here. Yale seeming fairly dominant off the line.
Little lefty pressure off the start. All 6 boats have tacked onto port. think Yale's probably thinking, are we play 1 or are we play 2? If 2 can get up to 18 and get a piece of them, maybe they can go play 1. Looks like they've gotten up to them.
A little delay on the matching tack there. Give 2 pins out 18. They should be able to go 1, 2, 3 here fairly easily. $18 coming across. Unable to cross 1.
Yeah, this is the potential to get to go Yale's way pretty quickly here. PRO Kyle Assad has done a really nice job of, running great races all weekend long, but he's in a good spot today. They're close for the rotation. He's started on time. I think he's a man on a mission today, really trying to get as many races in as possible.
As we talked about in the opening, the goal is to finish this round of 15 and then move into a round of 6, followed by a round of 4. But I think, based on how things play out and how much progress is made, they reserve the right to pivot if required. 5 o'clock cutoff, plenty of racing to go, but if everything goes according to plan, we should be able to get it in.
Yeah, so we're 70 races into the 105 races needed to finish that round of 15. I think that they'll probably get a little bit further along today and closer to the end of 15 and then probably make that decision. But, a round of 6 and a round of 4 don't take very long. A round of 6 is only 15 races, and a round of 4 is only 6 races. So certainly possible. So we check back in with Yale and Michigan. Yale's done a really nice job of having good starts and converting to a solid 1, 2, 3 around marks 1 and 2, and they're looking pretty good. Maybe we can go back to the start and watch Tulane, Cornell for a little bit. This is going to blow out here. So Yale's looking pretty strong in this one. Just coming up behind them is Tulane Cornell. 4, 5, 6 for Tulane. Cornell's going to be in 13, 14, 15.
Bit of a tough day yesterday for the hometown team. Looking to hit the reset button here as we go into the final day of racing and try to end on a good note. See a nice view here.
This is
the second deck of the Southern Yacht Club here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Pretty bright up here. Tough sun angle, but I think we're an hour, maybe even more earlier than we've been in the past. So I haven't experienced this one yet.
Not that you can see at home, but I got my Revo sunglasses on here, prepared for the conditions. Just hear the drone taking off here.
Actually, I think we're just going to skip right to the next race so we can watch it in its entirety. It's a good one too, Charlie, for gentlemen like ourselves. Brown against Harvard. Brown's going to be in 7, 8, 9. Harvard 10, 11, 12. The pink boats against the black boats.
I think Brown has 2 losses and Harvard has 3.
Yeah, this is an important race for both teams. Certainly with goals of making the top 6, but maybe even the top 4. And these wins against each other are important.
Fortunate enough to go to dinner last night with the Brown Lady Bears.
How was that?
It was great. They had a good day yesterday. I know they have some things to tighten up and improve upon. They got some tough races on the docket here, rest of the round robin, but they seemed excited, motivated, and focused.
Spirits were high?
Spirits were high, yeah.
All right, so we're watching the start of this race.
I'd say a lot of different palates on that team. It was difficult to find a place to go to dinner that satisfied everybody's requirements. Once we got there, it was a great time. And we got to talk about the racing that happened yesterday and kind of how they were looking to focus on today. So overall, just thankful they included me as we kind of come into what looks to be around 30 seconds to the start here. One boat coming in late, looking to play spoiler.
Here we go. I think I see an individual flag, one boat going back. That looks like a Harvard boat, number 12. So Harvard to leeward in the pin pair, to leeward in the middle pair, and over at the boat.
Pretty Harvard-centric view of this race.
Yeah. Probably give the edge to Brown at the moment.
Just. The peloton's pretty bow even. That one Brown boat.
I think those two Brown boats are sandwiching that Harvard boat nicely.
Be interesting to see what happens here.
Ooh, ooh.
That could be game over.
Yeah, that's a foul. So I'm curious if there's going to be an umpire call. In my opinion, 10 didn't cross.
Quite strange.
And I'm wondering why not just do a voluntary spin and
maybe that's it right there.
Yeah, but
is that a?
But if it's
you'd think with a delay like that, it's a two-turn penalty.
Right.
Yeah, that's tough.
So, you know, one, you're already a little bit behind in the race, so you don't want to take any risks like that that could put you further behind. And two, if it was a somewhat obvious foul, do a quick one-turn penalty instead of two. Now you're even further behind. Harvard's going to have an uphill battle here.
All it takes is a lefty. Winning that pair out on the left. Kind of lookers right for everybody on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Looked like that boat from Harvard had the ability to cross 9.
Yeah, I think in that case, you probably need to be thinking you need to get the 1.
Yeah.
And they went down and ducked.
Little motorboat wake there, courtesy of the umpires for boat 9.
All right, here's Mark 1 in our view.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe that's why they ducked. Tack. Good move to lead back. 8's going to be first at this mark, though.
Oh. You have to go into situations like that able to receive help. So it would have actually behooved that second Brown boat to come in unhooked. Good news for the Brown Bears. They're winning another pair here.
Yeah, I think Brown's going to be in a 1-2-4.
It'd be nice if that third Brown boat could reach over the top of this twosome and start the slowing process. See what happens here.
Kind of a long offset leg. All right, so Brown's going to round in a 1-2-4. Brown's doing a nice job of sailing away and having their 4 slow down the chase.
They were saying last night that when you jibe at either Mark II or Mark IV like that, they call it the weed whacker.
Really?
I never heard that before.
Nor have I.
Yeah.
Any other part of that story?
That's kind of it.
Okay.
I think the nomenclature's changed a little bit. Nine's got to make sure they're not guilty of trying to do too much here.
Yeah, I like 9 slowing them down, but ultimately your goal is to keep an ace.
Exactly. You know, it looked like they got a little too aggressive with 12. 12 was moving bow forward on the inside, and they said, you know what? Just get 1 here, which is all they need to do. So it's good recovery there by boat 9. Yeah, there was a lot of terminology, I guess, that we've been using that's a bit outdated.
Interesting. The weed whacker. I like that.
Yeah. Apparently there's something called the super soaker mode.
What's that?
Unclear to me.
Okay. So we can see Mark III kind of in our picture now. Brown looking pretty strong in a 1-2-5.
Fairly comfortable, I'd say. Harvard did a nice job jibing on the brown boat in second place.
Yeah, they've done a nice job of keeping this close, but Brown's still rounding in a strong position. Harvard to try and jump them and go high and just do anything they can to get an overlap or at least slow them down.
Looks like decent breeze there.
Yeah.
Pretty high there. Boat 12 could feature. Negative.
So I think if I'm 7 here, I sail straight, and I'm getting ready to tack, and I tack right around now so that you can cover out to the left.
Kind of, weird shift there. 7 seemingly round in a header or just didn't turn upwind, gave away a lot of distance as the crow flies. They're ladder runged even now with 11.
Right, I get scared of in a shifty, puffy venue like this about letting somebody get a little bit of leverage to the side, which is why I like to tack right as they're rounding so that if they tack right into your cover. Little switch.
Ish.
I mean, 12 is going to be tacking soon, I have to imagine. So Brown's doing a nice job of covering. Harvard just trying to look for any opportunity here to find an opening. So 12's kind of uncovered here. I wonder if I was 11, I might try and sucker tack a little bit. Tack back.
Tell you what's interesting here. There you go. That perspective is
right.
Looked like 10 was potentially bow out.
Notice 12 coming from the So there is all right, and that brown boat pinned the boat on the far right. I actually thought boat 12 on the far right was making some gains.
With that luffing jib on the Harvard boat, thought it might have been a little closer there.
So usually in this case, one boat tries to sucker the other brown opponent into tacking a lot. And it seems like both Harvard boats have tried that at different times.
Feels pretty safe for Brown here coming into the finish.
Yeah, they're looking pretty solid. And
with a 1-2.
And they have an ace.
Big win for the Brown Bears.
Yeah, that's an important one to keep pace with the lead schools. They're going to improve to 8-2, kind of solidify themselves in third place at the moment. Harvard's going to fall to 6-4.
stands right now kind of have the undefeated team, the Brown Bears, and then a number of teams competing for fourth place.
So as we make our way down, the orange and gray boats have just started. This is going to be race number 74. Bowdoin in orange, 7, 8, 9, sailing against MIT in black, 10, 11, 12, or gray.
Pretty close race here. MIT has 2 pairs, probably play 2.
Pretty close race indeed. We joined them about 3/4 of the way up the first beat. Still pretty tight racing. I think Bowdoin has the potential for a 1-2 if executed well. Boat 9's got to be thinking about slowing 11, letting their teammate on the far side come across. Close cross with 10. Close one. I'm sure they're going to ask the question. So Bowdoin probably could have teched a little earlier. Bowdoin has the 1. Looks like you're going to get over to be in the 2 also.
Trying to slow things down for all the other boats. Starting to look like what could be an insurmountable lead here for the Yale Bulldogs. Making their way down the track here. Yale looks to be extending, if anything.
In a minute, maybe we can go to the start of race 78, Harvard Cornell. Yale is looking pretty solid here.
I don't know that they'll end up with a 3 here, but at least a 4.
Yeah, but their 1 and 2 are pretty punched. Their 1's already up on the last leg of the course. So we're going to see a lot of Yale as we continue to move forward in these rounds. Let's jump back to the next race on the docket. We'll check out race number 78, which is Harvard Cornell, an important race for both of these squads. We're kind of in the middle, trying to make sure that they're both in the top 6. Harvard is going to be in the pink 420s, 7, 8, 9. Cornell in the black 420s, 10, 11, 12. They're just getting ready to start their race.
See Yale in the foreground here, cruising to what looks like an inevitable victory. As we send the drone up in the air to cover this next Harvard and Cornell race.
Here we go, bird's eye view of this start. So, big implications for both of these teams. It seems like the top 6 are all just above 500. Harvard sitting at 6 and 4, Cornell sitting at 6 and 4, both tied for 6th place at the moment. So, I expect both of these teams to be kind of on that bubble and probably needing this race win to give themselves the best chance to move on.
This is an important race here. It's going to give the loser an uphill battle to move on.
You can see both teams engaging with each other pre-start.
Looks like the final approach here for Harvard and Cornell.
There's the starting line. Tell you what, this Harvard boat is in danger of being over.
Is that another Harvard boat spinning?
Yeah, that doesn't help either.
Pretty nice start by boat 12 there.
Yeah.
Kind of doing their own thing, timing-wise.
Great start for Cornell. Looking at 10 to tack over on that Harvard boat. There they go.
Do you used to call that something?
I mean, so 10 was the committee boat, most boat. We called them the gatekeeper.
Right.
So they kind of control who goes out to the side. If it's your teammate and they want to pass behind you, go ahead, wave them through. If it's an opponent and you can switch off from maybe a tie or a losing combination to a winning combination, or a winning pair, you would usually tack over with them. And then the leewardmost boats would be pretty active at yelling incoming to alert the gatekeeper that someone was en route. Kids probably have a different name for it these days.
I would think. A lot of our terminology is proving to be archaic.
All right, so boat 7.
Ooh, that was a big one. But be about 6 more shifts between there and the top.
11 probably gained in this exchange.
Stretching to starboard. Does 7 have a piece of 12? Think they do?
I think 7 needs to be thinking about getting the 1. You have 2 teammates that are pretty clearly in the 5-6.
Agree with that. Looks like they've been sailing a lift relative to about 7.
Here we go. 7 versus 11. 11 crossed last time.
7 will cross this time.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, I like that play. 7's going to round in first and at least keep this race attainable. Cornell's going to
have a play 2.
Go for play 2. Here comes the Harvard boat from the left.
I don't know if you can hear it in the background here, but we got some morning maintenance going on at the Southern Yacht Club. Got some power washing in the background here.
10 might have fouled on that tack there. It looks like they're doing a voluntary spin.
Which means the 2-3 have to split up and pair off. And
so Harvard's going to be in a 1-4-5 versus Cornell's 2-3-6. So it looks like this back Harvard boat, number 8, their job is to slow down number 10.
Got a race on our hands here.
That's why it was really good for that Harvard boat to go get the 1, because now all of a sudden they're winning. If Cornell was able to get the 1, maybe they convert to a 1-2 and you're kind of chasing. 11 looks like they're going to set up a little trap here.
Ten has room there.
10 does have room. Oh, and there must have been a bump there because the Harvard boat is spinning. I think they accidental contact on that jibe.
Play 2 looking fairly stable here.
Yeah, good hit by 12 here.
And then
Take 'em up,
11's
11.
got to use it to cycle
Yep,
back to starboard advantage.
That Harvard boat should go after boat 10.
Yeah.
So Cornell in a play 2, but these two Harvard boats have gotten to the inside.
It's precarious. Harvard's got to decide if they're going to double team one boat or if they're going to split the pairs or what the approach is.
I'm trying to think what I would do. I would try to go down to a wing and jibe at boat 10 and take a stab at them. Looks like their teammate's sitting on them. Meanwhile, I think these two Harvard boats have kind of sat on each other.
I agree with that. Now they're probably sitting on 12, but is it too little too late? We should see Mark III come into the frame here.
There's Mark
Nice
III.
gang cover.
Yeah.
Now Harvard's got the inside. Where's 11 on the bump? 11's got to get the bump. Oh, too late. Oh.
9 needs to do a quick
Tack.
jab up and or jab quickly and take their stern, but
It's attack.
At this point,
it's attack.
It's
attack. Nice match. Oop, that's foul. That's foul. That'll be Harvard in a play 4, and I'm sure one of the two Harvard boats will wait and try to put in as big a gap as possible.
Yep. Nice and slow. Around jibe up then.
I'd say now Cornell's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah. Oh, there they go. The 2-3.
Was that the weed whacker?
It was the weed whacker.
Could have seen the weed whacker there.
Great terminology. All right, so Harvard's rounding in a 1-4. 7.
Okay.
It's reaching down a little bit.
Come. Okay. Go. 11 goes again right here. Good enough.
I think 7 needs to do a good job of keeping the 1 but staying close. Don't get overly aggressive.
I like what 10's done here.
The other thing that 8's doing a nice job of is covering 12 out to the opposite side.
They're almost even here.
Yeah, look for this pass back here.
I like the timing here by Cornell.
I do too. This is the right time.
You put 7 in a tough spot here.
Right, 7's reaching down to this pair that's also reaching.
Which is fine. If you're 10, you're happy to reach all day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reach through life.
7 spinning. But look at that angle change. Look at those boats on the left. They have nothing coming back.
This is going to sit with boat 10 here.
I see 11 spinning in the background. 7 needs to make this pass back happen.
That's unfortunate for Cornell.
So 7 tacked.
The question here is, looks like 9's going to get over the top to me.
Yeah.
Looks like a play 1 for Harvard here.
7's luffing their jib. Are they over the ley line?
I believe so.
But I still think 9's getting over the top.
Yeah, I think it's done deal here. For the Harvard Crimson, big race win over the Cornell Big Red. Unless they trip over the finish line here. chalk up a win for Harvard.
Another good race, close race. We should watch race 81, Stanford Brown.
What do we have up next here, Clay?
Well, let's see. Tufts and Georgetown are on their last, are at Mark 3. Tulane and MIT are shortly after them. The next start we have is Stanford Brown. That's going to be a big race between the teams that are currently in first and third. And that's going to get going at the starting line right now. Stanford's going to be in the red FJs, 13, 14, 15. Brown in the black FJs, 16, 17, 18.
Be a good one to jump in on.
Looking at the scores here, Stanford and Yale remain unscathed. 10-0 records, tied atop the leaderboard. Brown sitting comfortably in third, 8-2. Charleston's going to be 7-4. Harvard is 7-4. Dartmouth 6-4. Looks like Cornell and Roger Williams are going to be at 6-5. So tight racing in this middle group.
A lot of good sailors in this next Stanford Brown race. Expect both these teams to be quite competitive in the upcoming fleet racing championships as well. Tough to figure out how much time is left here. This one pair seems pretty locked and loaded here, and the other two pairs are still a ways from the line.
But they are both paired up. So to me, that means we're getting pretty close.
I agree.
Do you think 18's just going to take 15 out here?
I don't know, but if you snap your fingers, you'd want to be 18.
Absolutely. You could very easily hold them out. I feel like we don't see that very much anymore.
Yeah.
I didn't think I saw too much at the Open or at all here. But 18 is doing a nice job on 15, saying nope.
Ooh.
Nope.
Little how's your father? That's a penalty. You asked the question there, but it's interesting because you get too aggressive early in the pre-start. They draw a foul, they spin, and all of a sudden you lose control.
Right.
So the timing of that foul is important.
Well, I think
it looks pretty good.
The race is starting here.
So that's pretty good there.
Yeah, so despite 18 and 15 being late to the start, 18 is going to have the clear advantage.
Pretty impressive there.
Yeah. And hey, for a Stanford team that, you know, is quite good, like maybe giving them something a little wacky at the start
Go right at them.
would help.
I did tell the girls last night, I said, you know,
Sail better?
these girls from Stanford, they think they're better than you. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I would say Brown did a nice job on that start. Could be winning all three pairs.
but it's what you do with it. That's a nice job by Stanford there to do a hard tack, free their bow, and make themselves relevant with this pair in the middle of the course. I like that move by Brown, not only covering, but putting themselves in a position where they can be helped if they need it. This is where Brown has to slow down and think about what's the long tack. We're winning. What's the best time to do this?
Right.
Are we going to do it in a straight line? Are we going to do it with a pin?
We're winning 3 pairs. How can we most efficiently make this at least a 1-2 at the top mark?
Correct. But I think it's going to end up being a play 2.
Now, it does look like that Stanford boat is poking out in the left corner, on the left side, leading back.
Correct, Amundo.
And are you going to give the edge to them?
I am. So Stanford has the ability, despite having a... Oh, man.
Close one.
A little righty here.
I'm going to give the edge to the Brown boat at the moment.
Yeah, with the ability to go play 1, maybe. Flat tack.
Yep. Okay.
Flat tack switch.
That was a very nice switch.
That was a nice flat tack. I thought.
Yeah, that was great. Good job by them. You know, I thought for a moment they were going to be transitioning to a play 4, and instead they maintained this play 1.
See, this is an interesting one here, because if they... That's probably a foul on Brown, I would say.
Yeah.
Yep, sure is. That's going to... But actually, good on them, because they can still get the ace here. But this is where 16... Oh, it's not going to go well. Brown's, after all that, a play 4. If they're lucky, 1-5-6. It's a wonderful job by Stanford.
Yeah. Can 15 cross? I don't think they can.
I don't think they...
Oh.
That's clean.
They did, yeah.
That's clean.
Can they cross 17?
Ooh.
No.
Okay.
All right. We have a race on our hands.
It's a smart spin there by 15.
Yeah. That was smart. All right, so Brown finds themselves in a 1-4-5, Stanford 2-3-6.
And look, 18 and 15. Like white on rice. Unbelievable. They've refound each other. Probably a full 6 minutes later at the top of the course.
Oh, Stanford's doing a nice job here.
15 currently getting the last laugh.
14 did a really nice double pin there to let their teammate through.
See, in this situation, 18 and 17. I would work together to slow one boat, personally.
I think 14 might have made a mistake by jibing there, because now they've given the inside to 17.
Agree.
So 17's coming from behind. But a quick double jibe and you're in control again.
Or you can just be patient.
Yeah.
Oh.
1, 2.
Okay. Okay.
So now you have luffing rights if you would like to use them.
Okay.
Though 14 might have just broken the overlap again.
Okay. Still got a fleet race. Wait a minute. So... Abort? Not quite sure what was going on there.
Well, they were, yeah. 14's really coming in hot.
Running out of time here. 17. Yeah, this isn't going to end well here for the Brown Bears, I don't think. kind of between game plans.
Yeah, they kind of had a shot with 14, and they left it, and they sailed to the boat that was ahead of them. So Brown's going to be at 156 as we enter Mark 3.
It's not the best here. Beautifully done by Stanford. Undefeated for a reason. Race isn't over by any means. But that was pretty textbook.
Yeah, that was good. So 13 sailing fast, trying to push this one around the mark. 15's trying to slow a little bit and give them room.
Beautiful rounding there by 16.
Yeah, 18's bow out.
If you're 18, you got to left them right now.
Yeah. And this tie between 18 and 15 is going to be really important.
You got to, I think, give it to Stanford there.
I think so too. Wow, these guys are.
They're really hiking. That was
Yeah.
that was an easy main.
That was a nice puff. That's right.
I'd probably be sitting in.
Yeah, that was an important interaction with Stanford and Brown right there. Stanford was able to just get over the top of them soundly and stay in control.
Something here. So if you're the black-brown boat on the left, you are reaching down right now. You are reaching down.
Yeah.
Try to pick off that other. So now, tack. Flat tack pin.
Yep. But
Difficult time there with the breeze. You can see pressure on the right. Could end up being too little too late here.
So long starboard back to the finish. This is a good move by this other Stanford boat to come out here and be in a position to help.
Ooh, they went for the double pin.
Yeah.
Stanford's going to end up with a play one here. Methinks. Potential opportunity for a double pin there.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey.
I think
try something.
They got the pairs unbalanced. I think the boat from Brown did a nice job trying to engage at the right time. Seemed difficult with the puff and shift happening when they did. That was a great race for Stanford. God, you're going to see this on the score sheet as a 1-2-3 for Stanford, but it was a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah. So Stanford's going to take an important win over Brown, increasing them to 11-1. Brown's going to drop to 8-3.
11-0.
11-0. I apologize.
Looked like a promising start there for the Brown Bears, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Couple chances on the first beat to align the pairs your favor at the top. Then a little indecision on the run in terms of how best to chase. Then a foiled last-ditch effort on the last beat. But valiant effort by all involved. And I think these teams will be racing each other again.
Jump into race E3. That's on the first beat. Bowdoin, same race. 4, 5, 6, 13, 15. Seems a little puffier at times out there, Charlie.
Yeah. Yeah, forecast for today was pretty good. Every now and then, see gusts over 10. Venture to say we haven't seen anything at 15 knots yet, but
No. So race 83 is already started. This is Bowdoin against St. Mary's. Bowdoin in 4-5-6, St. Mary's in 13-14-15. Approaching mark 1. Bowdoin trying to convert to a play 1 if they can. But 14 looks like they're hanging on to boat 5. Trying to get a handle on what the exact combination is up here. I think this is kind of quickly shifted in favor of St. Mary's.
I'd agree with you there. It's a 1-2, I think, for St. Mary's.
I think Bowdoin's got the lead boat. Boat 4? Boat 4 is rounding from Bowdoin now.
That's correct. 1-5-6 for Bowdoin, I see.
Yeah. So St. Mary's is going to be in a 2-3-4.
Correct.
I'm definitely seeing some bigger puffs roll through the course. Feeling them here on the porch too, a little bit.
Forget what race we were watching. Maybe it was that Harvard Cornell race, split into those 2 threesomes on the last beat. Boats on the right were hiking hard, and boats on the left were sitting in.
Yeah.
But generally, I agree. The pressure's on the climb.
Just really going to put a premium on having some good pair discipline and knowing no race is over till the end. All right, so this lead Bowdoin boat is going to slow down and wait at the bottom. Four is now rounding. 13 got a piece of 6. Did they? Maybe. All right, so Bowdoin.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 still?
Looks like that to me. Looks like that to me. Attempted weed whacker. Nah. These boats are going to be met with a nice little puff here as they round. Nice job by 4 there. Fifteen is ripping there beneath 4. St. Mary's still in control here. we got a split. Let's see what happens here. Four probably still has the one here.
Yep. St. Mary's doing a good job with their 2, 3, 4 coverage. Now 15's going to get the one.
Just going to snake across. So if you're 4 now, you're thinking, I got to at least stay in second. There's a chance here.
Yeah, all right. This
Play
is getting
2.
close together.
4's plan's got to be to make sure they're not pinned.
And did 14 still pinning 2 boats out?
Yeah, but 14's pretty weak.
Yeah.
Or they were weak. But I think the other boat got nervous and bore away. If they just sailed, I think they'd have had a better chance.
Here we go as we approach the finish. Fifteen's gonna finish. Bowdoin working on a play 2 here. Here come boats from the committee boat side.
Might have it.
Yeah. I think Bowdoin's going to get this one.
Ooh, do they have room? I think they do.
Yeah, I think they're going to finish in a 2-3-4.
Wow. Wild race. Nice job.
Check out Cornell Tufts, race 86. Orange against gray, they're about to start. Wow, close race, Charlie.
Yeah, that was exciting. Nice job by Bowdoin.
Yeah, I mean, it's never over till it's over. So we're going to head back to the starting line now. The next race we're going to follow is race 86, Cornell against Tufts. Cornell is going to be in the orange sails, Tufts in the gray, black sails. They're technically gray, but they look black on screen. As these two teams get ready to go. So this is about to start race 86 of 105 in this first round of 15.
We're getting there. Conditions are great.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to start an hour earlier. Breeze is in. A lot of races to do today, but so far we've been chipping away.
Lost an hour yesterday with the severe weather in the morning.
Right.
Everybody seemed happy to do it.
Yeah. Here we go. Looks like the final approach to the starting line.
Orange boat down at the pin with plenty of runway if required. As much as it's about how close you are to the line, also about your windward leeward separation. Orange has got to be feeling pretty comfortable down there at the pin.
Yeah, orange looks pretty solid at the pin.
But they are bow back.
Yeah.
So not much help.
11 had a nice start.
Exactly.
So here's where 8 can peel off and say, all right, I was losing my pair to boat 11. Oh, not a great duck. But had they had a good duck, they could have stayed in front of that tacking boat 10. So it looks like black is winning their pair to the right and probably in the middle. I'm going to call the one at the bottom a tie at the moment.
Yeah. Looks like the boat to leeward's getting marginally stronger every second, but is there enough race course left to get across?
But can't tack and is not controlling. Can see the marks in the distance, so they are pretty close to ley line.
See mark 1 now.
Yeah, there's mark 1 actually. That's a pretty long offset leg, isn't it?
Sure is.
All right, so black is winning their pair on the right. Orange looks like they're leading out of the left.
9's kind of got to get the 1 here.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Kind of saw that in a previous race where at this point, no, yeah. At this point, 9 needs to be thinking of a play 4, and that involves them being the 1. Close cross with 12. I think they're going to be lee-bowing 12.
But I would have...
Oh!
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you can't try and cross there. It's a team race. They're never going to let you cross. Oh.
14?
What?
Not quite sure what happened there.
So 2 spins, which means it was umpire flagged. It's got to be 14.
14 or...
For those at home that don't know, 14 is the rule about avoiding contact, saying that, you know, if at all possible you need to avoid contact. We don't want these boats hitting. It's a little bit discretionary from the judges. Didn't look like a big T-bone or damage-inducing hit, but nonetheless, that's the only thing I can gather. But as we round, Tufts looks like they're in a 1-3-6 at the moment. Maybe a 1-4-6.
1-4-6 for me.
I think this second Tufts boat needs to recognize that they're really in a play 4. Up. And they're spinning.
Yeah, I was going to say. Based on the delay in that spin, yeah, I think it's...
Look at this big puff.
Umpire induced. You got 12 splitting low, but At least initially, that looks to be away from the pressure.
Another big puff high. So Tufts trying to work on a play 4. Cornell hanging strong in a play 2. Certainly does have some separation.
I think I can see Mark 3.
Yeah, Mark 3, like right above that.
Down there. They
lead
definitely have
Tufts boat.
Separation, but
They're kind of sailing away from the mark a bit. Oh, there it is. I apologize.
okay, agree. 12's in a better
spot. I was looking at Mark 4.
Better than I thought, so gotta be careful here. I mean, this boat from Tufts on the outside.
Right. I mean, at this point, Tufts is thinking maybe we're going wide around the outside.
I think they got it.
Think so?
Yes, I do.
10, get 9. Get him. There you go. Wide around the outside. Slow down 10. You don't have to rush it.
This is a team race national championship, right?
Yes, I believe.
It's a pretty good fleet racing on that run.
That was great. Well, sometime that's important. Nice pressure coming down the course. So Tufts is in a 1-2-6. The 6 is kind of deep, so we have 3 Cornell boats trying to chase down these 2 Tufts boats. Tufts doing a nice job of splitting off with one boat taking the left.
Quite the turn of events.
Yeah.
On that run. 12 started that run by bearing off away from the dominant puff.
So Tufts just needs to be a little careful. They're in a 1-2, but they have 3 boats chasing them, so they don't want to get suckered into covering too many boats at once. You kind of need to fleet race a little bit.
Just gonna say, fleet racing is what got you there.
Right.
Don't forget about it now.
I like that position of the attack by that Tufts boat. 12. Sail fast. Big puff coming down from the committee boat. You can see these cat's paws on the water. That was a righty, huh?
At least for 12.
Yeah. Approaching the finish line. Tufts looking to hold on to a 1-2. They're in a strong position. Here's where we've seen some teams over-team race a little bit.
Exactly.
And I think these 2 lead Tufts boats just need to be thinking about not getting pinned, getting across this finish line. I think if you're Cornell, you're hoping you can just get a piece of that one Tufts boat outside the pin.
I think a sigh of relief here from Tufts fans around the world as we see the Tufts boat from the left get across their final bogey from Cornell. Tufts will take a 1-2 across the line here, and that's a big win for them as we move forward into the day.
Race 88 just started with Dartmouth, MIT.
Tell you what, Clay, I don't know if these are love bugs, but in the lee of the Southern Yacht Club here, which is pretty much where we've been for 4 days straight, there's a lot of insect, bug activity.
It's muggy down here in New Orleans.
It's muggy. Yeah, nice temperature, certainly. And I think it's because we're in the lee.
Yeah.
These things are everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And they're all paired up.
They are paired up.
Kind of like you and me. Here in the booth, just trying to bring the commentary to the people as we decide where we're going to head next.
Here's a race. This looks like race 88. Dartmouth in the red 1-2-3, sailing against MIT in blue 16-17-18 as they approach Mark 1.
Got a lake versus a river. Dartmouth looking fairly solid here. Maybe even a 1-2-3. Small things make a big difference. If 2 slows earlier there, 1's across and they're away. And it's feet, you know? It's
Yeah.
feet. Still strong, certainly, if you're Dartmouth. That's for sure.
So Dartmouth looks to be in the 1-3-4 as they approach Mark 2. Three should head up and really hook them and let 1 go
I
inside.
think 1's got the inside track. 17 does not. That is a penalty. Might be past the mark at
I
this
think they were
stage.
past the mark.
Yeah,
I think that was okay.
I agree.
But
Do all the work setting it up.
as we look at this, as they divide up, 2's ahead of 16, 1's ahead of 18, 3's ahead of 17. Dartmouth is winning 3 pairs. Starboard attack, jibe away with 18, jibe away with 18. Dartmouth looking in control.
I had this amazing situation at the Team Race Worlds, 2009, Perth, Australia, Swan River. Probably blowing 30 knots going downwind in these pacer dinghies, and I tried to jibe onto starboard, and another boat headed up on port to try to prevent me from jibing. Slammed into each other, locked rails, both flipped over. They called racing for the day after that.
That was the impetus to...
Certainly was, and I think part of it was once we took stock of the situation and realized everyone was okay, we swam at each other and continued our verbal disagreement. It's the Brits, if I'm not mistaken. Angry fellow.
All right, so Dartmouth's coming in. This is a close race, but Dartmouth looks in control. 1-2-5, pretty solid combination. I would look for that lead Dartmouth boat to tack.
Always nice to have the ace.
Yep. So again, Dartmouth winning 3 pairs, dividing up nicely.
Really nice job by Dartmouth here.
Yep, doing a great job of dividing up. I think when you're behind, you want to kind of bring it all together, create a few opportunities for you or your teammates. When you're ahead, kind of encourage them to separate off to the side. Big righty going on.
Huge ready. It's amazing the difference in depth perception. Looking at the drone and then looking by eye. Second deck here at the Southern Yacht Club. Nice job by Dartmouth. Okay. That works. Maybe going back underneath. But if you're boat 2 here, you just want to overlap to leeward.
Let's get across the line.
Push the race to the finish. Finish in a 1-2. Play 1, excuse me. Probably a 1-3. Say 16. Ooh, 16 probably fouled there. If there's any kind of overlap. Nice job there by Dartmouth.
Yeah, really well done.
Take the win over the MIT Engineers. Help Dartmouth in their quest to make the final 6.
Stanford Harvard race 90 is just about to start. So, looking for our next race. Looks like Stanford Harvard just started the race. Race number 90. Stanford's going to be in the pink 420, 7, 8, 9. Harvard in the black 420s, 10, 11, 12. Looks like our drone's coming home. Great view of Southern Yacht Club.
Two pairs for black boats here.
Yeah, 11's on 8, 12 is on 7. Hard to see exactly who's in control on the far side of our screen, 10 and 9.
We saw this in the Stanford Brown race. Stanford didn't start terribly strong, but over the course of the race just kept chipping away. So I'm sure, despite the fact they're in a bit of a tough spot right now, I'm sure they'll hold their nerve, and a lot of racing still to come in this one.
So I think 9's going to be in the 1.
Agree with that.
Seem to be slowing down and waiting for 10. Actually, they're on ley line right there.
They better be for 11's sake.
Yeah. 11 really holding up 7.
Oh, geez. What's going on there?
Harvard looking to go play 2. 7 and 11 must have overlaid a little. Reaching in.
So here,
That needs to be a
early
hold.
release.
Yeah.
Early release.
And
I
12
guess.
does still have a piece of them.
Yep.
Except for 8's a little. Oh, yep.
Solid here for Harvard for now. Seen this movie?
So Stanford's got the 1, boat 9. Here we go. Harvard looking pretty good in a 2-3-4. Stanford in a 1-5-6. They're going to do their best to try to make that into a play 4. Get one of their 2 trailing boats ahead of one of the Harvard boats. Stanford, one of the faster teams out here we've seen all weekend long. So if anyone can chase them down, the Stanford team is the team to do it. There's Mark 3 kind of in the top right of our screen. Harvard doing a good job so far on this downwind of maintaining their 2-3-4. Stanford trying to bring it all together and just create an opportunity. And jibes over to starboard.
Nice job here.
Yep.
By Harvard.
That Stanford boat is in. Yep. All right. Good job by 11 to slide to the inside. Now you got to hit that Stanford boat.
Hit harder. Oh.
So I think that boat came from behind. I don't think they had the. I think 7 wung and came from behind for an overlap.
Not totally sure. Whoa! I'm going to make sure you get your bow on the right side there.
All right. Well, the end result is Harvard's in a 2-3-6 now. Stanford is in a winning combination 1-4-5, looking to go play 4.
Adding to the spice. Plenty of pressure here. Hear an umpire something or other.
Not sure that was our race.
Stanford's gone.
Yeah. Nobody's really got a grip on boat 8. And 9 is in the perfect spot to slow down both boats. I don't think you slow too hard here if you're 9. I think you're in a great spot. And you sail fast and you let your teammate in 8 sail fast.
No leverage from anyone else on the course.
Right. No, just don't even bother slowing down too much. Ooh.
Why would you do that? Guess because you're worried about 11. And actually it's closer than maybe we thought. So maybe the timing's actually pretty good there.
Yeah, but I think you were, I mean, look, I think 8's eventually going to get 10.
I agree.
But you were very close, and there's a nice puff
yeah,
on the
and there's
right.
enough. Exactly. So, you know.
Fair enough.
Help themselves there. There you go. 8 crosses. Stanford looking pretty strong here.
Yeah. Obviously, we have a pretty great bird's eye view of the pressure coming down the course. I wonder how if it's as easy for them to see it out there.
I'm sure they can see it coming down. Nice job by Stanford.
Stanford is going to take this race win with a 1-2, maintain their unblemished record.
Well done by Stanford there. Kind of came unglued at that leeward mark when 11 was unable to make a play.
Maybe after this race refreshes and Stanford goes to 12-0, we can do a score check. Yale Stanford is race 105, where this is just the finish of 90. If we keep going, because I think there's going to be an organic break after 105 for a little bit.
Beautiful drone view of racecourse here off the Southern Yacht Club.
Kelsey, did you hear us about doing a score check in a second? Wait, one more second. Stanford's score needs to be updated to 12-0. So we just saw the completion of race 90 in this 105 race round of 15. Scores are updated. We can do it.
Giving us 15 races to go in this round of 15.
Maybe this is a good opportunity to do a quick score check, Charlie. So, glancing at these scores, Stanford and Yale both sit 12-0, unblemished. They're going to have a head-to-head matchup in the last race of this round, race number 105. We will be sure to be there and watching that one. Brown sits pretty comfortably in third with a record of 9-3. Harvard just dropped that race to Stanford. They're going to fall to 8-5. Charleston 7-5. Dartmouth 7-5. Those, as we stand right now, are the top 6 teams record-wise, as we are getting closer and closer to winnowing this field down to 6. Cornell 6-6, Georgetown 6-6, Roger Williams 6-6, Tufts 6-6. So 4 teams on even 500 records hanging out right outside that top 6. It's going to be really interesting to see these last few races and if any of those teams can take some wins and move into that top group. My name is Clay Johnson. I'm here with Charlie Enright, and we're at the Southern Yacht Club watching Day 2, the last day of the ICSA Women's College Sailing Team Racing National Championship. It's been a gorgeous day so far. PRO Kyle Assad started us an hour early, and I think it was a good call. We've been rattling off races, and the action has been fierce, and it has been constant. Race 93 is about to start. That could be a good one to go to. Charleston, Roger Williams.
You hit the nail on the head with the conditions, Clay. It's a nice day for sailing if you like sailing. I think we got a race starting here shortly between College of Charleston and Roger Williams. The black and red FJs.
Yes, race 93. Charleston is in the red FJs, and Roger Williams is in the black FJs. That race just started as we take a scan of the situation and give you our first assessment. So I see 4 boats here, off-screen, course right. It looks like Charleston's winning that pair. I'd give the nod to Charleston at the moment, as I think they're winning that. There you go. I think they're winning that middle pair. Don't seem as strong on the course right as I had thought from my off-air vantage point.
This one's a real toss-up.
Yeah, a couple ties here. I think 14 is almost at the point where they can tack and cross this black boat.
Put a gun to my head. Say College of Charleston's marginally stronger.
Yeah, agreed.
So, I mean, essentially, there's 2 flights left.
Yeah, like 2.5-ish.
Time of day is almost 11 a.m. Central Time. Done 20 some odd races in about 2 hours. Pretty close one here. Got Roger Williams leading in from the left. Probably not getting across the Charleston-led pair on the right. Or they will, as the vantage point changes. So Roger Williams with the ability to go play 4 here. Yeah, the drone vantage point, particularly when it's not stationary, really changes as it moves throughout the sky. Interesting there, the Roger Williams boat kind of parked in the circle there. Not to be a tattletale, but it did look like Charleston came pretty close to that mark there, and see him spinning.
Boat 17 waiting up for 13. Committing to this play 4.
He's a long offset.
Oh, boy, howdy. All right, they're okay. They jibed into a really tight cover. There you go, 18's jibing around again.
Say 16.
17 doing a nice job crushing 13.
Like that jibe there, good positioning.
Yeah, pretty classic 1-4-5, 2-3-6. The 2 red boats, their goal is to slow down 18. Getting a little unbalanced here. 15's pretty far
back in the melee.
Okay. Well, the two red boats, 14 and 15, their job is to slow down that black number 18. And they want to bring them back, close this big gap, and then split off and convert to a play 2 with their teammate who's in last.
17 is not taking a passive approach.
No, 17's doing a great job. If there's something we watched in the open team race too, it's that Roger Williams team is aggressive.
So the best way to push, if you're the 4 here, is probably to get on to starboard and engage in the Super Soaker. Every time you jibe, every time you reach, every time you reset, it's harder. Nice job by Roger Williams here. 17 hero boat thus far.
Yeah, they've done a really nice job of crushing. Could be if converted to a 1-3. It's a tight race.
Sure is, tip to tail. Oh, that's going to leave a mark.
Okay, so that changes things a little bit. Now red is 2-3-5, and that much closer to converting to their play 2.
It's going to be tough here.
I think if I'm that red boat, I go wide around the outside and let my teammate really slow down the boat trying to cover me.
Yep.
There you go. Attack with him. Perfect.
Well done there.
Great job by red. Red is luffing in the middle. I wonder if they dropped their main sheet.
It's conceivable. Generally speaking, getting out of the left's been pretty hit or miss.
Yeah. I feel like these puffs that have been coming down have been shearing to the right.
It's interesting because, you know, starboard seems like the long dominant tack, but if you get on it early, not necessarily guaranteed to have something to come back on.
Yeah. All right, so Charleston in red thinking play 2. Looking pretty strong. So we come back across the top here.
Roger Williams could have the 1.
I think Roger Williams is in the 1. I also think there's a chance that this boat on the left side of our screen has a shot at the red boat on the right side. Ooh, that was a header.
Okay.
I think if I'm Roger Williams, I'm thinking the only chance we're winning this is with
145, and the boat that's on the
145.
starboard ley line needs to just put the kite up and reach downwind.
Yeah, agreed.
I agree.
Unless they can get a 3 in this.
Not happening.
But what we can do is, all right, so Roger Williams finished. If you can get a 3, grab it. If you can't, oh no, there's a whistle. It's still possible.
I hope that's a 360 for Roger Williams' sake, but
I have to imagine it's a 720.
it surely is. That would
All
be
right.
game, set, match.
I think. But with attack, they're complete.
No chance.
No chance at 15.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for Roger Williams' sake, but Wonderful race for the Charleston Cougars.
They had a shot. But Charleston is going to take this race with a 2.34 and improve to 8-5.
Good race there for Charleston. Believe that takes them into a tie with Harvard for 4th place.
I believe you're right.
So the Lady Cougars hanging around the hoop.
Rounds halfway up the first beat. Harvard, Dartmouth is the race about to start. Let's go to the start. Pick up race number 96 between Harvard and Dartmouth. So that was the completion of race number 93. We are chipping away at this 105 race round of 15. Couple races on the course right now. We're going to go back down to the starting line and pick up race number 96. Harvard in 7-8-9, taking on the big green of Dartmouth, 10-11-12 in 420s. Just to have on your radar, the last race we talked about it is Stanford, Yale, the battle of the two unbeatens. That's what we're going to want to follow from start to finish, likely with a drone if we can time it. Copy, we're a little ways off just as we start timing this.
Harvard likes leading here in all 3 pairs. Probably coming up on 20 some odd seconds to start here. Late double tacks by 11 and 8. Pin pair is over. A little bit of a melee, but so you give that to Harvard for now.
7's still going back.
Fairly deep 6 for Harvard.
Yeah.
Conversely, look pretty settled in the 1-2 with plenty of race to go. Puffs are moving down here.
So, yeah, I'd say Harvard's in the 1-2-6 at the moment. Kind of a deep 6. I think 10 might have a pretty good shot at 8 here, though. I think that leftmost Harvard boat needs to do a good job balancing.
See a little lefty there coming down the course. So interesting.
I think that was a good call by 8. Don't sail to the boat that might have you. Just making it easier for them.
Allow yourself to be helped.
Yep. Interesting. Now 9 tacked away with 11.
Got Harvard. Well, we'll see. Maybe a little right pressure here. 8 seems to have gotten stronger on 10.
Yeah, I think 8's.
Luckily for Harvard.
All right, here comes boat 9 ducking.
Wowzers.
Pretty tight racing. Another duck.
This is a good one. What is happening?
There's the mark here.
You got to think well past. Oh, there we go.
Okay. And 10, look at 10 holding up 9. Nice job. Dartmouth trying to go play 2.
Well done by Dartmouth here.
So Dartmouth's going to round this in a 2-3-4.
You think. Yep. Just got that tack in.
All right, Dartmouth 2-3-4, Harvard 1-5-6.
Impressed by this Dartmouth team. Interesting spacing.
Yeah. You know, I was wondering why the 2 Harvard boats didn't space out a little bit more. Now that high Harvard boat could be sitting on 10 and maybe creating an opportunity for their teammate in 7.
Yeah. I was kind of saying that 10 was all alone.
Yeah.
12's got to be ready here. I mean, 7's going to get a piece. Particularly depending upon how that overlap was established.
I have to imagine 7's coming from behind, so they're not going to have room. Here comes 12. They're going to try and do a quick hook on 7. Oh, I thought I saw a hand go up.
I think Harvard's going to come out of that better than they went into it.
Yeah. I think Harvard's going to find themselves in a 1-4-5 at this leeward mark.
Agree with that.
These are 2 teams that, as we stand, are just into the top 6. So an important race for both of these squads.
I think we just caught a glimpse of the drone landing on the lawn here and
Yeah.
the porch camera frame. So Harvard with a 1.
Ooh. That was... Oh, boy.
Oh,
Oh,
geez
boy.
Louise. 7's in the ironies.
I think 10 didn't have room
Not sure what happened.
and got shut out.
Oh,
Now 7 spinning. I think this...
is that Pat Sajak out there somewhere? It's like Wheel of Fortune.
All right, so I think Dartmouth's got the 1 now.
I think
11's in first.
Dartmouth's got a 1
All of a sudden, it's the complete opposite with Dartmouth in
in a
play
145.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow, jeez.
30 seconds ago, Harvard had a 145.
Blink and you miss it here at the Team Race National Championship. Unbelievable. 11 is wait a gosh darn second.
And now 11 spinning. Okay.
So
now Harvard could be play
one.
1.
Stunning roll reversal here. That was, looks like 11 was delayed in taking their second penalty, or the second 360 involved in what appeared to be an assigned penalty. So looking, fairly,
don't over team race.
fairly comfortable here for Dartmouth, you'd think, but
No, for Harvard.
for Harvard, I'm sorry, yeah, but you can understand my confusion.
Yes.
Um,
Look at 12 reaching in now in that big puff that is at the top of our screen.
but I think the other boats are.
There's the finish line coming into view. You gotta lead him back. Gotta lead him back. Gotta lead him back. You have.
But don't worry, 12's likely to.
You have to lead them back.
I don't think it's going to matter.
9 needs to finish this race in first.
You know what? Somebody's liable to do a penalty turn at any second.
All right, Harvard got the 1.
Harvard got the 4-5 at the worst, but it looks like even better than that, unless 8 fouled.
I think 8 had room.
Would
But
not-
I think a 7 got third anyway.
Man,
Wow, okay.
that was intense.
I don't see anybody spinning. I would give that race win to Harvard in a nail biter. So let's go to race 99.
That was an unbelievable race. A lot of back and forth, a lot of team racing, a lot of umpire involvement. Wasn't quite sure how that one was going to go right until the very end. Whew. Tell you actually, if we look offshore here, a couple lammies in the paddock. Starting to see some white caps.
Lammies in the paddock?
Yeah, like a sheep.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Lammies in the paddock, yeah. Yeah, with a little bit of fetch here, looks like if they were to leapfrog this thing away from the yacht club, which would make rotation impossible.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. But I understand your point.
There's some fresh breeze out there. Gradient was definitely stronger this morning. Isobar is a lot more compressed.
So that was the finish of race 96 in this 105 race round of 15.
We are getting there. Let's see if the orange jack-o'-lanterns can get, and they can, play one.
Yes, we're picking up Stanford in orange, 789, sailing against, who are they sailing against here? Georgetown in the gray black sails, 10, 11, 12. Stanford looking pretty strong in a 1-2-5. Starting to get down to it, Charlie. So in a round of 15, each team is going to sail 14 races, right? Can't sail themselves. So there are 14 potential wins or losses available, and many of these schools have
1 or 2 races to go, I'd imagine.
2 to go. So I think Harvard's actually done. They're going to finish this round with a 9-5 record. That's 14 races. I'm just trying to look at these bubble teams right around this top 6 mark. Charleston 8-5, Georgetown 7-6, Dartmouth 7-6, Tufts 7-6, Cornell 7-6. So one more race for all of those teams. Really important. Yale looking pretty strong here.
Stanford, no?
Yes, I apologize. I see Yale Roger Williams in the bottom of the ticker. Yeah, we're actually watching Stanford and Georgetown at the moment.
This is always always a dangerous one. Always wonder there if the Georgetown boat tacks.
If they can get around inside there.
Yeah. So if Stanford can hold on here, they'll have one more race against
Yale.
Also undefeated Yale.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Now Georgetown is kind of hanging out in this bubble group at 7-6. I don't know if it's got to be a must-win for them, which is going to be hard to do at this point.
Got a lot of company there.
Yeah, a lot of company.
Hey, not for nothing, Clay. It's tough to figure out what this gentleman is power washing off the seawall. Did somebody drip something? Is that vandalism, you think?
I can't imagine it's vandalism here at the Southern Yacht Club.
Never know.
I think they run a pretty tight ship over here. But he's been power washing the entire bulkhead all morning long.
Certainly has been. Tell you what, be kind of a bad graffiti artist or something if that's what we got going on there. But if I were a betting man, I'd say probably got another 30 minutes of power washing here. Don't know if the folks at home can hear it in the background or not, but it is prevalent for Clay and I here in the booth. Stanford looking pretty solid here, approaching the finish.
Yep.
Guess the question's more around whether or not this seals Georgetown's fate.
Looking ahead to the races, I don't think mathematically it does, but it does not help. I think there are a lot of races that need to go a certain way for them to stay relevant.
Stanford just crossing the line here to cement what's already a foregone conclusion.
So Charlie, just in the background of our shot here, Yale is in the red FJs, sailing against Roger Williams in the black FJs. Roger Williams looking pretty strong. Yale has a 1.56, pretty deep 6.
Roger Williams and the black FJs?
Yeah, 2.34. Yale's a team I would never count out of it, but certainly looking like an uphill battle for them at the moment.
Well, these 2.34s where it's, do you test the race ahead of you before you lock down on what's behind, given the spacing?
This is pretty tight, 2.34. Maybe a crease just opened up there with 18.
Man.
Not having a great rounding. Nor did 17.
16's got to go.
Yeah, 16's.
Nice job.
I don't love that just because 16's the most vulnerable Roger Williams boat.
In that situation,
but in that case, you had to go.
It was the best option.
So maybe they could have made that a little easier by slowing down that Yale boat on the downwind, letting your teammates push and yet round in a little more comfort and set up your zone coverage.
This would
be a big upset.
It would also kind of mess up our Battle of the Titans here.
Yeah, you're right.
It's kind of all lining up for a...
It looks like Roger Williams might have sailed into the 1 here. Maybe even a 1-2. Here comes Yale.
So if you're Roger Williams right now,
yeah,
your motto's got to be do less.
Yeah, sail fast to the finish. If I'm 18, you're at a good spot. You're covering 14. That lift and puff certainly helps. You have an ace, right? You have a deep Yale boat. I think 14's only hope is to really be able to pin out 16.
And you got to think about the percentages, right?
Ooh.
If you're 16, right, you get a little lift and you lay, you get a little header and you cross.
Right.
It's my favorite place in sailing.
Yep.
You're lured in the head on the long tack, just shy of ley line.
Ooh.
Every shift helps you.
I think that's going to be a race win for Roger Williams over Yale.
Unbelievable. Question is, how do the Bulldogs file that one away and move on?
Big upset. Congratulations to Roger Williams on a really well-sailed race.
It's a great win for
Great
the Lady Hawks. like we discussed, Yale's going to have to put that behind them as they go up against what's now the only undefeated juggernaut of this regatta, the Stanford Cardinal. What else we got on course here, Clayton?
So it looks like let's see here. Tufts and Michigan are at the leeward mark. Looks like Tufts pretty solid in a 1-2-3. Excuse me, 2-3-4. Pretty spaced 2-3-4. First beat. We can. Yeah, right now we're watching Tufts in 1, 2, and 3 sail against Michigan in 16, 17, 18. So Tufts is in a 2-3-4 heading up the last beat.
Tell you what, Clay, the committee boat in maybe marks 3 and 4, enough fetch there that they're in probably the mid-teens in terms of true wind speed.
They're certainly hiking more than they were before. Every time we look. This is race number 100 of 105. Can confirm Yale officially lost that race. So Stanford is the only remaining unbeaten team. Stanford and Yale have a showdown for the last race of this first round. You know, it's an important race for both teams. If Stanford wins it, they're going to be undefeated and have a 2-race advantage over Yale and the head-to-head tie.
Yeah.
If Yale wins it, they'll be in first with equal records and a head-to-head tie. So big opportunities here. Tufts still looking pretty solid. Tufts is has quietly been racking off a few race wins as we progress with this day, moving up the leaderboard. They're sitting at 7 and 6, kind of on that bubble.
Yeah, as that's Roger Williams. I mean, it's really tight. It's always really tight. See who moves on.
So talking about the teams that are going to move on, I expect Stanford, Yale, Brown. I think Harvard has 9 wins. That'll be enough. Charleston's racing Dartmouth in a minute, so that's going to be a really important race, as those are the 2 last teams that are currently in. Tufts is going to get a win. How about Cornell? Cornell's going to have a race against Bowdoin. That's important for them. So Tufts is going to take this race and improve to 8 and 6. It's going to give them a puncher's chance.
Tufts has been rattling off a couple wins here. A little elephant winning streak. Just saw Brown coach John Mollicone walk by. I believe it to be his birthday today.
Oh, nice. Hey, Charlie, there's your power washer.
Oh, there's our man.
There, he's working hard.
And if you zoom in a little closer, you can see the zigzag pattern that he's working so hard to remove. Tough to see with the glare there. But
It's there.
not quite sure. Might have to investigate at the next break.
We should go to race 102, which is just started. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's the race 102 times 3. So we're getting down to the wire here. We just saw the finish of race 100. And the first beat here is an important race for 2 teams that are, I think whichever team wins this one's going to be in a pretty solid spot to move on. Dartmouth and Charleston. Dartmouth in pink 7, 8, 9. Charleston black 10, 11, 12. Charleston would certainly move on if they won this one.
Charleston looks fairly solid.
You said it was John Malicon's birthday today?
I believe it to be John's birthday, yeah. 0427.
Probably his pin for a lot of ATM cards.
You said it, not me.
John, is it your birthday today? Getting confirmation that it's true. Happy birthday. All right, so Dartmouth is going to come together here at a 1-2-6. Oh, I see a hand being raised. It's about to say a 1-2-6, but we'll see.
Yep.
Seven spinning.
Halfway up the beat, Dartmouth looked pretty strong.
I actually thought I just saw boat 8 put their hand up too.
Oh, more to come. Looks like that'll put us in the dreaded 2-3-6.
Yeah, Dartmouth's going to be in a 1-4-5, Charleston in a 2-3-6. Charles Higgins, plan is to go to a top 6. So it's 11:36 Central Time here. We are getting to the end of this round of 15. Only a couple more races left. And then I'm getting word the plan is, in fact, to go to the round of 6. They're going to put away the FJs and sail the round of 6 in 420s. Charleston still working on their play 2. Dartmouth working on a play 4. We're going to have a lot of clarity after this race and maybe the Cornell race to follow this as far as who are the top 6 teams to move on.
Dartmouth looks pretty good here in a play 4. See what happens here, but Dartmouth in the 1-4-5 still. See boat 12 ragging its jib, trying to slow. Better to slow if the boat's flat. Heeled over. Boat's heeled over, it's got more leeway. Dartmouth could be into a play 1 here. If you pin, you win here. 12's got the ability to be a hero.
Nine really needs to clamp on 12 and free their teammate.
7 is sliding bow forward in this exchange. If you're a betting man, you'd say play one for Dartmouth here in the not too distant future. Twelve's hanging around though. They are uncharacteristically high on port right now, which means the next one's probably a righty.
Yeah, I think they're almost laying. There is really tough spots to live there with 9 flogging their jib. Wow.
I think the lefty's the only thing that's making it take this long.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a
Dartmouth play one.
The Dartmouth play one is right.
Which is just going to make things tighter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so a Dartmouth 1-2 is going to give them the win over Charleston, which is interesting. So that's going to drop Charleston to 8-6. Tufts is also 8-6. Dartmouth is going to increase their record to 8-6. And Cornell still has a race to go. They're at 7-6. So a race win for Cornell would put them at 8-6. Race 105 is just starting the sequence. We want to fly down and watch that one. We will keep the viewers at home updated on what we see, but I think right now our drone's going to head over to the starting line for the start of race 105, which is the battle between Stanford and Yale. This has been on our minds all afternoon. 2 of the top teams here going at it in round 1 of their presumably 3-race battle today.
Talked about earlier, a little windy down there, the starting line, and it has been for most of the day.
I have to imagine, Charlie, that there's going to be some form of a sail-off after this round.
I'll tell you, Clay, if that's actually the case, with a day that's already feeling compressed, with a somewhat ambitious schedule, sail-off could be meaningful to the format in terms of timing with that 5 o'clock cutoff. As we saw in the Open Championship, unless it's a what we call circle tie, wins against common opponents.
Well, off screen, I can see Cornell and Bowdoin sailing up the last beat. Cornell in the green FJs looks to be winning in a play 2 as they approach the finish line. If they win, there would then be 4 teams tied with 8-6 records for 2 spots.
I guess the other thing I'd add is when we were talking about the prospect of a circle tie and tiebreakers going into the Final Four with the Open Championship 3 days ago or whatever it was,
Yep.
they'd already sailed 2 against each other. So in this instance, the teams have each only sailed 1. So there is a head-to-head possibility. But again, if
it becomes infinitely harder with 4 teams involved.
Circular nature of the records against each other, we can prognosticate all we want, but until we press refresh on the old tech score, we ain't gonna know.
Yep.
But we can tell you that it will be close no matter what. And so might this race be. This final 105, race 105, between Yale and Stanford.
All right, can confirm Cornell just took the win off of Bowdoin. So we're going to have 4 teams tied with 8 and 6 records for 2 spots into the final 4. Excuse me, final 6. So we'll keep you updated on that and what the plan is. And as my counterpart Charlie Enright just said, we are locked in on Stanford, Yale. Stanford is going to be in the red FJ sails, Yale in black, and they are approaching the starting line.
Such a mental component to this. You know, we were thinking that maybe in this last race we'd have the battle of 2 undefeateds, and Yale's thinking about winning the regatta, and Stanford notches a win here, and they're thinking about staying ahead of Brown.
Who would you say this is a more important race for?
I would say Yale.
I agree. I think if Stanford wins, they're going to be in a pretty powerful spot. Stanford got a great start at the boat, 13 ahead of 16. Looks like 10 was a little off the line in the middle. I'd give the early edge to Stanford here.
Yeah, I'd say all the pressure's on Yale here.
But this is a 2-race swing in theory, right? Stanford could be 2 races ahead, or they could be tied with Yale holding the tiebreaker, should they win. Also be interesting to see how Yale bounces back after that tough loss to Roger Williams.
I tell you, already looks better for Yale than it did 45 seconds ago. Interesting.
You know, from a course fleet racing point of view, I feel like I've seen more righties and maybe some stronger pressure coming out of the right than out of the left.
Agree.
You agree with that?
Agree.
So all things even.
I feel like if you had to lean on a side, you'd lean on the right. I think Kyle Assad's got the course set up well.
Yeah. It's not to say there won't be a stray lefty in there, but if you made me choose blindly, I'd probably choose to go to the right.
I agree. They're fewer and farther between. Righties also seem fairly sheery. We're a boat that's kind of bow back on the right.
Here comes Mark 1 into view. 17 doing everything they can to hold up 14.
Initial estimate won't be enough here. A real victory here would be if 14 could find some way to spring 15. And they have. Pretty authoritative here, at least early on, for the Stanford Cardinal.
Yeah. Oh, Yale had to do a couple more tacks
wowzers.
there. So we find ourselves in a 1-2-3 for Stanford.
Do we have a little ring around the rosy as well?
Stanford's going to do my favorite play, which is a bump and run. That's where the third place boat is going to do everything they can to slow down the chase and let their teammates sail away.
Bit of a statement here early on from the Cardinal in this last race of the round robin.
You know, it's not over yet, but it's sure going to be hard. Stanford is a disciplined and very fast team in a really controlling position. Charles, are there any sail-offs? No sail-offs. Ties are broken in. So Stanford's still looking pretty strong. We did take a poll of, I did check in with Coach Charles Higgins on the Tulane team. He says that there will be no sail-offs. It's not the intention of the new procedural rules. Ties have been broken, which means that Stanford, Yale, Brown, Harvard, Dartmouth, and Tufts will be the 6 teams moving into the top 6. 4 teams tied with an 8-6 record: Dartmouth, Tufts, Cornell, and Charleston, with Dartmouth and Tufts moving on to the top 6. I've also been told after this race that the plan is to come in, put the FJs away. They're going to sail 420s for the rest of the event. They're going to take about a 10 or 15 minute break, give these girls an opportunity to grab a quick bite of eat, sip of water, maybe go to the bathroom, talk to their coaches, before we get right back into it with a round of 6.
How about us, Clay? Think we'll have some time to maybe do the same?
I think that would be an appropriate time for us to do the same.
Minus talking to our coaches. But we'll probably do the rounds, talk to some other coaches, get a feel for what they're thinking here with their teams heading into the afternoon. A lot of the coaches here were either coaches while we were competing or contemporaries of ours. We're on the scene as we watch the Stanford Cardinal here extend. Pretty impressive final race here, making a good statement before going into the round of 6. Nice little boat there, transiting the race course in the upper left-hand corner. Almost like a Nordic tug. Nice weekender. Stanford getting ever so close to wrapping up an undefeated round robin in this first round of 15 at the ICSA Women's Team Race National Championship. Lake Pontchartrain here at the Southern Yacht Club.
So there it is. That's the completion of the race. Great job to these teams. As I mentioned, the plan is for these guys to sail in, de-rig the FJs, have a few minutes, and then head right back out as we narrow this field down to 6. My name's Clay Johnson. I'm here with Charlie Enright. We're also going to take a break, freshen up, make sure we come back with some live action. So stay tuned. Don't go too far. It's only going to be about 15 minutes, and then we're going to be right back at it. 2006 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing National Championship. My name's Clay Johnson. I'm joined here today by Charlie Enright as we continue the action live for this Women's Team Racing Championship. We've just finished the round of 15, and the boats have sailed out for an on-time 12:35 start of the round of 6. Charlie, what do you see with the conditions? Has anything changed since we last talked to people?
Yeah, not much. I thought to my eye maybe the breeze had dropped off a little bit. By the end of the morning, we kind of had lulls in the 5-knot range, but puffs up into the low to mid-teens. So, just looking offshore on the lake here, there's still plenty of breeze, and we're in store for a wonderful afternoon of sailing.
Certainly saleable conditions, and Coach Charles Higgins was actually telling me as it heats up a little bit more to look for some even bigger pressure differences and puffs rolling through.
That'll be great. That'll definitely mix it up.
Yeah.
Snakes and ladders out there.
Sure is. Recapping the results, let's take a look at the top 6 teams that we're going to watch for the rest of the afternoon. Stanford had a perfect 14-0 record in the round of 15. They hold a 2-race advantage over Yale, 12-2. Brown is in third place pretty solidly with an 11-3 record. Harvard 9-5. Dartmouth and Tufts squeak into the round of 6 with 8-6 records, besting 2 other teams, Cornell and Charleston, who had 8-6 records. So these are the top 6 teams that we're going to follow as they do a round of 6. There are only, 6 times 5, 15 races for this round of 6, so it should be pretty quick. And the first race right off the bat is going to be Harvard and Brown, Charlie.
Would you believe that?
So Harvard is going to be in the blue boats 16, 17, 18, sailing against Brown in the red boats 1, 2, and 3, and we can pick them up at the starting line right now. Still looks like plenty of breeze out there for these squads.
Looked like the start right there. Little premature starter from Brown Bears as one jibes around the pin. Pretty strong start for Harvard here, if you ask me. All kind of depends on 2 and 17 right now. Ooh, looked like maybe 2 tried to Hollywood that cross with 16. I think if you're going to go through the motions of the Hollywood, probably throw a flag there. Okay. 2 looking stronger on 17 than originally anticipated, so we might have a race in our hands.
Certainly looks pretty even. Can see this one going either way at the moment. 3's going to luff 16 into attack.
Be interesting to see how 16 fares with this left-hand pair.
All right, so 2 has 17.
Somewhat convincingly, I'd say.
Yeah. I agree.
If you're 16 now,
Mm-hmm.
you thinking about 17 or are you thinking about the boat behind you? Personally, I'd be thinking about 2.
Yeah. Oh, another close cross in the middle. To my eye, I think they made it, but it was close.
Your crimson-colored eye.
Yep. 17 doing a little bit of work on 2 out here.
Sure are. 2's got to hope that ley line's coming up sometime in the not-too-distant future.
I think they have to be close to the ley line, and you're right. They're trying to hold until the ley line and then tack back and lead them back.
Be tough for us to tell. You'll probably see 2 tack first here as we kind of circle around in the drone. 2's position looks stronger than it did from the other perspective.
Agreed. Yeah, I think they're pretty darn close. So 16 pretty solidly in the 1.
Brown leads back there in that left-hand pair.
Yeah, so that means Brown's going to be going for a play 2.
Being lured on the long tack, we talked about it earlier, kind of gives you the advantage of benefiting from both a lift and a header.
Mm.
So that far out, the likelihood of hitting the ley line in such tricky conditions is low, but you're in a high percentage spot regardless of what's to come. So my guess is it'll be a play 2 for Brown.
Look for 2 to slow 17 a little bit.
Some kind of classic
I'll tell you what.
2-3 something, 1-4 something. 17's making some headway over the top of 2, but
Yeah, 2's done a nice job of
yeah, 2's letting 3 and
managing.
1. But here's the question. 2's going to be over the top of 9, no problem. So Brown Bears in a fairly solid, for the moment, play 2. Harvard in a 1-5-6.
So we've talked about Yale and Stanford being so dominant early, but Yale took 2 losses at the end of that round and are only 1 race ahead of Brown at the moment for 2nd and 3rd. And as these teams race against each other a few more times in the round of 6 and potentially the round of 4, a couple opportunities here for the Brown Bears.
Easy for us as commentators to look into the future at what may be, but certainly as a competitor in this event, probably taking it race by race.
So Harvard's still in a 1-5-6. Their objective, they need either 17 or 18 to pass one of these Brown boats and then try to go play 4. You can see 18 went high on 2, trying to slow them down. One's going to come over and give a quick hit on 17. That helped their teammate out.
Good news about these Harvard races is the commentators get some extra commentary from Harvard coach Burr Noack.
He is narrating the race with what the Harvard team should be doing.
He's watched 1 or 2 team races in his life, I'd say.
Yes. I had the pleasure of being coached by Byrne when I was at Harvard, and he knows his X's and O's, and he's very passionate about it.
Sure, there were days it didn't seem like a pleasure, but looking back on it,
he was pretty disciplined. I think I told this story last year, actually, but he would often rearrange our seats on an airplane and sit next to me so that he could review, the mistakes maybe from the weekend, where he'd sit in the back of the van with a big whiteboard and draw up plays, and, all we wanted to do is do our homework or sleep, and he was all about it.
Harvard did a nice job here. Boat 1's got to get across so that they can help with 18 here.
Yeah, 18 needs to clamp down on 2. Harvard has done a nice job. They're in a play 4. 18 needs to clamp on 2. 17 needs to keep pushing this race around.
Nice job by Harvard here.
Yeah, pretty good.
2-3-6.
Good job by 18.
18, double jibe.
Come back a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, that's going to leave a mark, literally. I think we have 2 making contact with the umpire there. Even though I don't necessarily think there's any direct consequence from what just occurred. Tough not to think about. Let's see what happens here. Ooh, 17 picked a pretty good time to tack there.
Yeah, if 16 can roll over these 2 boats, they can let their teammates 17 go bow out. Go, go, go.
If you're 3, you're almost thinking about attack here just to take the help away from that other pair.
I know. 3's trying to slide into a pinning position. Ugh.
That only helps, actually. That luff.
Yeah.
It actually only helped the brown boats move forward.
I think if 16 was a little closer and more aggressive, they could have done.
Nikes. If Brown comes back and wins this race, 3's going to have to be the hero. Because they have the ace. Every now and then, the ace can make a strategic decision to come back into the race in a play 1.
Right. I don't think we're there yet. Come on, 16. There you go. 17's getting bow out. Oh. I don't think that pass back.
Oh, it might be enough. Pretty choppy there.
Very choppy. See, if I was 17, I would have extended a little bit longer, right? They just tacked right into a really tough lane.
Position of weakness. Bobby Core.
Elise Stern.
Elise Stern there almost.
Yeah, I think 16 could have hung around a little longer, really killed it, and then 17 should have extended a little further.
3, nice job there. Oh my gosh. 3's going to have to put a team on their back here. Only chance for the Brown Bears is to finish in a play 2.
All right. (17 and 3) tacking back.
Three in the drone looks kind of bow forward, but decent lateral separation for 17. Right now, if you're boat 3, you're actually hoping for a lefty so that you're overstood and in a position to...
So 16 coming back across. I think 3 is holding 17 up.
Got to. Oh, why let go? 3? Why let go?
You're right. Harvard's looking to finish in a.
Don't. I think they got.
They got room here. They're going to finish.
Oh, good gracious!
Harvard's going to win that with either a 1-2 or a 1-3.
If you're boat 3, you just don't release, and it's a totally different story.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity.
Interesting there. 3 was in a position of strength, had the hook, released early. Some chatter about whether or not 3 thought they had the 1. Honestly, my mind, pretty irrelevant.
So Brown and Harvard are coming in to rotate. These rotations might take a little longer because these teams are going to have to wait for teams to finish to then sail back out. We're going to jump into race 108, which is Stanford and Tufts, currently on the downwind. See if we can pick up some action there.
Great spree of races for Tufts, getting into this final group of 6.
So Stanford 7, 8, 9 in the pink boats. Tufts has a very deep 6. So I think Tufts' hope here is maybe 12 can get in front of 8. Maybe 11 can get in front of 7. Hard to tell from this angle, but do you think, I mean, it's good for 9 to come over and control this. I was wondering if 12 could have headed up and gotten to that Stanford boat. 9's done a nice job.
If you're 9, you're trying to have 8 round in the 1.
Agreed.
Perfect.
So Stanford's going to round in a 1-2-5 with a deep 6. Oh, maybe a 1-2-4. They just sailed through to leeward. Weed whacker? No.
Don't know that there's any opportunity for a whacker.
Stanford looking pretty strong here in a 1-2-4. I'd look for boat 8 to tack. I think 12 is going to tack. I think 8 should be the one to go with them.
Not soon enough for 9. He's been sitting in their teammate's gas there. Stanford looking fairly in control here.
Yeah, Stanford looking pretty strong. Maybe a 1-2-3.
Seen that movie.
Tell you, I think they're going to be fine, but 8 looked a little light out there on the left for a second. Stanford's looking pretty good. So Stanford is going to take this one with a 1-2. And they're going to improve to 15-0. Looks like Yale beat Dartmouth in the middle race that we didn't get a chance to view in that flight.
So the Stanford Cardinal continue to be undefeated here. About 2/3 or 3/4 of the way through competition here at the Women's Team Race National Championship.
Yeah, so there are 5 flights in this round of 6. They're exactly 6 teams with 6 sets of boats, so they have to come in and kind of wait for the next race to come in before they can switch boats and go back out. So there may be a little longer pace to this round than in previous rounds, but they're working on it. Some sailors enjoying the sun and conditions on the beautiful lawn of the Southern Yacht Club.
Might have to check on that umpire boat. But I think with that, we'll probably take a break here as the sailors rotate. And we'll be back to bring you this next flight in short order.
Don't go far. We'll be back soon with more action from the ICSA Women's Team Racing National Championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready to go into flight 2 of this round of 6. Took a short break as teams came in and rotated. We've heard horns from PRO Kyle Assad, which means we are in sequence with race number 109, Yale against Brown. Yale is in the red 420s, 1, 2, 3. Brown in the blue 420s, 16, 17, 18. Charlie, I'm getting reports from some of these coaches who are talking to their athletes on the dock that the breeze is coming up a little bit. They're hiking hard. We're starting to see on Tech Score a few more names being added to the roster of sailors who are sailing, which means they're probably putting in some fresh legs. It's going to make for an exciting afternoon here. This is an important race for both teams. Yale is 13-2 and in second. Brown 11-4 and in third. So, I mean, all of these races are important, don't get me wrong, but for two teams currently in podium position, this is an important one.
Brown's got to have short-term memory here, be able to put that Harvard race behind him and move on to the next challenge. It's like a cornerback in football, just gave up a big pass. Got to line up the next play like it never happened at all. Looks like Brown's cycling out here at the boat. 17's going to come in with...
I see a hand up in the air for Brown.
If 2's going to do anything to exonerate themselves, they're going to have to get out of there.
2 is going to exonerate themselves.
Intelligent, I think, by Yale there to only do one...
Instead of wait and...
One turn,
yeah.
You know. You can usually look at a situation and decide who the onus is on.
And it's early in the race, and the last thing you want to do is put yourself as the deep 6.
Oh, spoke too soon.
Just kidding. Oh.
Maybe what we saw there was that they were OCS in what appeared to be a penalty turn. Ended up being them going back. Then the umpires came at them with the flag. Not 100% sure what happened there, Clayton.
Yeah, whatever it is, not good for the Yale Bulldogs. So boat 18 looks pretty strong here.
As evidenced by the fact they're reaching off. I think they're probably firmly in control of whatever pair they so choose.
I think 1 and 17 is a little bit more of a tie than what our angle looks like in this shot. That header probably favors boat 17 a little.
I think I see a righty on the water there in the foreground, but
I think these boats are pretty close together. Actually, I saw boat 1 doing a really nice job of creating a little bit more space between the two boats.
so if you get a puff or you get a lift, you can use it to create lateral separation, or you can use it to get your bow forward. Kind of when you choose to do that, extremely important in these situations. Got an interesting situation right here where
I would say 1 is now in front, which means that Brown is looking for a play 2.
am I right here? The boat that did like a 1080 at the start is seemingly right back in it.
They're definitely back in it. Boat number 2. Here's a nice puff in the top left. You can see those boats reaching in.
Oof. Watching these brown bears sail on their first beats, they got to convert these positions of strength into more stable combinations.
I don't know about that move by 16. I thought their teammate had them pretty pinned or covered going in, and they were sailing fast to the mark.
I'm a little bit of a cowboy sometimes, but if I'm 17 here, I chase one. Just keep the pressure on. Get him out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a pretty solid 2-3-4.
Just chase him. Keep the pressure on. Trust in your teammates. Go from there.
So both teams still very much in this. Yale finding themselves in a 1-5-6. Brown 2-3-4. Boat 3 from Yale is going to try and go high on 16. Maybe boat 2 can sail a little more direct and gain. Brown doing a good job of being in a pretty comfortable 2-3-4 at the moment. Neither boat 2 nor 3 has had any impact on 16 yet.
Did a pretty nice job. Looks like they got nice pressure there, 16, when they jibed.
You can see Mark 3 is top middle rightish part of our screen.
.16 trying to keep their air forward of 2 here. Just kind of a race against time.
To your point about pushing the 1, here's a great opportunity to really try and push the lead Yale boat around the mark. Yale's going to try and do the opposite and slow everything down and condense it. 17's going to go wide, 18's going to threaten on the inside, and boat 1 has to round.
18 gonna make it there?
I think they did.
Just, yeah.
But jibed into an overlap. Ooh, there was some contact.
That's gonna be a spin there for the Bears, I would think.
I saw contact. Did you see contact?
I thought I did.
But I also, I mean, if I'm the Brown boat, I'd say, hey, I'm
Ooh.
entitled to room, right? And maybe you didn't give me enough room to complete my jibe.
Could have gone either way.
Yeah, that was a 50-50 for me. Coin flip. So Brown is in a 2-3-4 still with a deep 6 for Yale. I think
18
one of these
tacks.
boats. Yep.
That was close.
Yeah.
That really could have gone either way. Ooh, interesting.
Some of these boats are doing way too many tacks, in my opinion. All right, 16 should tack. And
Yes.
go with, there you go.
Correct.
Let your teammate cover 3. Don't go back. Just sail fast.
Straight. Straight.
Really, that trailing Yale boat in 6 should probably tack. There they go.
Oh, what? Okay, just
I appreciate the discipline,
got away with it.
but now here comes 3. Oh, and 16 crossed. Oh, well, they crossed Yale, but not their teammate. Boat 3 is doing nice work here. Ducking. Brown tail into the 1 here. Looks like it. 17 should tack on 2. Tack.
Oh, beautiful hesitation by 17 there. Okay, 17 has to get a piece. Okay, just go straight. Just go straight. Just go straight. This entire race, 17 crossing 1. And it happens. That was pretty wild.
Well, great job for the Brown Bears. That's an important race win for them. Certainly helps out the Stanford Cardinal.
Yeah, all the other teams are starting to beat up on each other, and Stanford is stretching away. So with another loss for the Yale Bulldogs, Stanford started to think about a magic number here.
You're right. So we're going to pan over to the weather mark and pick up race 111, which is Dartmouth against Stanford. Dartmouth is in 7, 8, 9. Stanford 10, 11, 12. Looks to me like Stanford is going to go play 2 here.
Kyle Assad, who may fancy himself an arborist, in addition to a PRO, has informed us that Dartmouth Stanford is the Redwoods against the Evergreens. Is that correct?
I think his comment was, it should be noted that Dartmouth versus Stanford is pine trees versus redwood trees.
Pine trees. Deciduous. Stanford looking strong here in a play 2. Another one of those races with a sizable gap between the 2 and the 3. Good opportunity for the 2, in this case boat 12, to put some pressure on 9, boat that's winning. It's almost like they're giving it to him right now, in which case 12 should take advantage of it. Re-engage. Take out 9. 1, 2, 3, just like that. Easier said than done.
Here's Mark 3. 12 get around? No.
No, but I like the approach from 12 there.
Yeah.
With some distance there. Come in at that angle. Pretty good way to push.
Good job by 10. Space it out a little. It's already close, so space it out. Give your teammates a little more opportunity to push and to set up a nice zone coverage for the last beat. see boat 1 trying anything they can to slow down Stanford, flogging their jib, over trimming their main.
Stanford looking pretty strong here. Good distribution of the team across the course. Ready for any change in the wind direction.
All right, if you're 9, I was just wondering if you could have done a quick tack, maybe a pin of 10 and 12.
I don't mind. I don't mind what they did.
I'm just trying to look for any. I mean, as you approach the finish line in a 156, you need to start looking for any
Double
opportunity for double pins.
Double pins.
That's the only way you're going to free some teammates and create some chaos.
Tough to do when the fleet's spread out like this.
Right.
Everyone obviously has to come to the finish line at the top.
Right.
But certainly the earlier the better.
But that's where being one of your teammates in the 5-6, even though you're chasing, you can still, as you've said many times, set yourself up to receive help.
Maybe a little action down there.
Yeah, okay. So 9's going to come over here. They should tack right in front of 10.
With the Ocho.
I don't think it's going to be enough.
Barring some last-second foul not happening, I would say Stanford is aiming at the barn, going in to rotate, and remaining perfect. Moving to 16-0. After the second flight of this round of 6 at the ICSA Women's Team Race National Championship.
We're going to take another short few-minute break as we wait for these teams to come in and rotate and head back out. So don't go far. We'll talk to you soon. 2026 ICSA Women's Team Racing National Championship. Rotations have happened, teams are back on the water, and we are ready to bring you more live action from this event. My name's Clay Johnson. As always, I'm here with Charlie Enright. We're going to jump right back into it. Race 112 is going to be Tufts sailing against Yale. Tufts is going to be in the red 420s 1, 2, 3. Yale's in the blue 420s 16, 17, 18. I can hear in the distance that their sequence has started. Taking a quick gander at the results. Stanford, Charlie, still in blemish, 16-0. Perfect record, sailing really well. Yale sitting in second and 13-3. One race ahead of Brown at 12-4. Harvard's 11-5, and then Dartmouth and Tufts both sitting at 8-8.
Starting to establish a little bit of a pecking order here as it relates to the Final Four.
Yeah,
so
with only 3 races left for each of these teams in the Final Four, we are going to know more pretty darn soon. So Yale in blue, sailing against Tufts in red. Looks like they're approaching the start.
Yale coming off a loss to Brown. Looking to bounce back here against the Tufts Jumbo.
Looks like that was the start. I don't see an individual recall flag, so we're going to call that all clear. Yale to leeward in all 3 of their combinations. I know a lot of it depends on the conditions, but Charlie, what's your approach to a start to leeward or start to windward kind of?
Totally depends. Ultimately, there's only one best time distance to the line, which is probably more important than all of it. But generally speaking, flat water, right shift, current going to windward, I think it's better to push. And then in lump, in a left shift, and potentially an adverse current as well, maybe better to lead. Kind of my general feelings on it. But, the other thing is if you know you're going to be tacking on to port quite quickly, being compressed to windward actually makes you tight to leeward after you tack, which is something I kind of think about fairly frequently as well.
So if you had me draw it up as a team race coach, I would say, all things even, I'd want to be to leeward at the pin, probably to leeward in the middle, and to windward at the boat. That way you kind of control both sides of the course. You have your gatekeeper, you got the leewardmost boat. But as you just mentioned, there are certainly some other factors to contribute to the decision.
Bow fore and aft is obviously extremely relevant.
Sure.
Because if you can start to...
I also think the windier it gets, probably might want to slide to windward because...
Yep, I agree with that.
Easier to pin somebody, and also the windward mark comes a little faster.
I was thinking the latter for sure as well.
So Yale in blue. Looks like there's one Tufts boat way out on the right.
Sailing towards what
that looks like
could be some pressure if it makes it all the way across.
Looks like a big puff and then maybe a little glass. Looks like they're slow to come back. Wow, really slow.
They're about to get hit by something there.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Good job being patient.
Looks a little mystical out there.
Yeah.
Conditions these Tufts Jumbos are intimately familiar with. Man, that puff hit something fierce.
Yeah. So Tufts is going to round in a 1. Oh? I think Tufts is just going to concede and go play 4.
Yes.
One should duck.
One
One
should
should duck.
Duck. Not
Duck.
the best. You're jibing already there and hoping that they don't get their bow inside, but they did. Okay, so this starts again.
Really important if you're 1 there to come over the ley line, high the ley line, so that at the last second you can duck and then still make the mark.
Fat ley line, yeah.
All right, so 2 still trying to do this pass back with 17. They're hoping 17 sails into an overlap. Ooh, 17 got a nice jump on 2. Oh, might just sailed right around him. 2 trying a last-ditch effort to luff. I think 17 got over them.
Three is well ahead for the Tufts Jumbos. Boat 3 is pretty far ahead.
Blue doing a nice job of managing this 2, 3, 4.
Again, like 18's angle coming into push.
All right, 16 should round next. 17 should slip.
That was helpful.
Yep. Worked out okay. I might have let 16, my teammate, go around first and own the zone a little bit longer as 17.
Yeah, looking pretty solid here. Nice little bump from 16. From 17, I'm already tacking.
Agreed. Somebody's got to go with 2, and that's 17. Yale doing a nice job of dividing up on this last beat in a 2, 3, 4.
Pretty textbook here from Yale thus far.
Try to look for any opportunity if I'm Tufts. Is 3 going to come down and pin 17? Pin them. Got to pin them. Pin. Okay.
Little lefty at the top right now.
Yep. So, yep, Yale can do a nice job of switching.
Unfortunately, I think for the Jumbos, they're just running out of real estate here.
All right, here we go. 3 should go. I was going to say 3 could go super pinch mode.
Problem is, you got 3 sharks.
Does 1 have a shot at 18? Close. No, I'm going to say no, but close.
Yale looks pretty well covered here.
So Yale is going to take this race over Tufts. All right, we can go to the start for race 114, Stanford against Harvard. All right, let's go check out the third race of this flight. Here is race 114, Stanford in the pink boats, 7, 8, 9. Harvard in black, 10, 11, 12, just off the line. Look at the angle differences here.
Harvard looks okay here.
You know, I just thought I was going to say 12 was doing work on 7, and 7 really lifted off of 12 and seems in a much more powerful position. 10 should come in for a pinning. If 10 could pin, 11 could tack freely. If 10, oh,
Oop.
okay, no.
Don't know. At least they're free. 11's now free. Then there's a whole nother pair top left here.
Right. Reaching in pretty fast. Look at that. So Stanford has the 1. Harvard needs to be thinking play 2. If you don't have the 1, your only chance is to go play 2.
Something you'd say in a game of cards.
If I would have tacked into that cover there.
Seems like they footed off to tack.
All right.
Play 1 for Stanford here,
Yeah.
maybe.
Does 12 have a shot at 8?
Nope.
Always need to leave out there.
Hopefully it's
Oh,
an
starboard. Starboard.
Miley Cyrus, little wrecking ball.
Oh no.
10's got attack.
Got
Already.
attack. Got attack. Got attack.
Nice.
All right. So Harvard's thinking play 2. Stanford is thinking play 4. Oh, I would have just kept holding 12 there.
If you were 8.
Yeah. Your job is to gap. Oh, 11 spinning.
That's not what you want to see.
So now Stanford finds themselves in a 1-3-4. Trying to ride high on 8.
Ten's got to be careful here. They got to engage 9. Make sure that 8 doesn't sneak through in the process. 12 doing a nice job going high here and trying to free that
Look
teammate
at
to leeward.
11 just got a nice puff.
Okay, there we go. Now we got some action.
I'm okay with this because you need, if you're Harvard, you need 11 to sail through. And
I think they have. So
Yeah.
I think Harvard's established a 2-3 here. Or they should have.
oh
Sail into your teammate's gas.
boy, no. Oh boy,
That's, 11.
that could have been executed a little better. 11 should just sail straight and. All right, so now Harvard's in a 2-3-6. Mark 3 is at the top right corner of our screen. You know, Stanford had a 1-3-4. And their 1 is just kind of sailing around the course. Big puff. Big puff, big puff.
Oh,
Don't.
that's not going to work.
I would raise my hand on that one.
Certainly. 8's got to spin there. It's going to be a play 2 here after they spin.
If they spin. They could have determined that they got in there.
Seriously?
I
Wow.
see no umpire call.
Unbelievable.
So Harvard's still in a 2-3-5. Maybe.
I mean, that's amazing. I thought that was...
Oh. Don't know about that call. Mm. 8 doing a nice job of on 11 of mirroring them. That means if they bear off, we bear off. If they come up, we head up. And really locking them up. 10's got 9. Okay. Looks like Harvard is doing that pass back on the right.
They just
It's
got to
not quite complete though.
crush boat 9. And they have a chance.
I don't think 10 has a great grip on 9.
That's
Up, they're calling for room to tack.
This is a
Hard,
good
12 needs to lock up the Stanford boat. They're doing a good job. Stanford's trying to do his pass back. 12 needs to stay on 9.
10. This is first and not last for Harvard here, maybe.
Okay.
12 crosses.
Do you think 12's going to be first? Finish line is in view.
I think
Harvard's sitting at a 2.35 at the
10,
moment.
10 is tack, swoop, and pin here. $11 should tack now.
Agreed. Tack 11. If you can hear us, tack. But pin. 10's got a pin. Pin, pin, pin.
Oh, all for nothing. Bad communication. Do you have the ride? Are they bow forward enough here? It's over. Stanford will win with a play 4 here. That's one strategy, just kind of flailing around on the line, seeing what happens.
Stanford's actually going to get a
3-4.
1-3-4.
Harvard almost had it there. It was that one tack out before 10 had the pin. Exciting racing.
Very exciting racing. All right, so that is the end of flight 3 of this round of 6. We have 2 more flights to go. The sailors are going to sail in for a quick rotation. We're going to be back very shortly. Don't go away. This is the 2026 ICSA Women's Team Racing National Championship, and we will be back with more racing. And welcome back to the ICSA College Sailing Women's 2026 Team Racing National Championship. We are right back into the action with Flight 4 in the first race, race number 115. We have Dartmouth sailing against Tufts. Dartmouth in the red boats, Tufts in the blue boats. As they approach mark number 1. So Charlie, just checking out the scores between rounds. I believe with 2 races left in this round of 6 for each team, that the top 4 have been sorted. So Stanford, Yale, Brown, and Harvard are going to be moving on to the final 4, and Dartmouth and Tufts are going to be 5th and 6th in this regatta. So for those 2 teams, this could be a deciding race for that.
Perception's not good here, but looks like a play 2 for Tufts. As they approach mark 2 at the top of the course.
Yeah, agreed. It looks like Dartmouth's going to find themselves in a 1-5-6 to Tufts 2-3-4. Pretty solid play 2. Dartmouth's going to be chasing, trying to make something happen. Pretty puffy out there. Can confirm that the breeze is up a little bit. Seen a few bigger shots coming through. A couple teams rotating to some other sailors. Sub in some fresh legs. Boat number 1 trying to slow things down at the mark. Condense things a little bit for their teammates, give them an opportunity to catch up. But Tufts has done a really nice job of staying in their 2-3-4.
Tufts looks pretty strong here for now. Simo jibe on the outside.
Yep, so Tufts gets room, but Dartmouth can head them up.
Come into the leeward mark with pace here.
All right, so Tufts and Blue staying in their 2-3-4. It's breezy out there, Charlie.
Sure is.
Two's making a little progress. They had a close duck on 16. $17 should go immediately with 2.
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody on the long tack getting up the track.
Looks like 17's going to reach down a little bit on 2. Probably not the worst call. 2 seems to be the boat you're most concerned with. I think if I'm 17, I really want to make sure that my teammate 16 can tack and either cross 2 or that I pin 2 so that they can duck. All right, there goes boat 3. 16 either needs to cross cleanly or duck.
17 needs to lock it up.
You're right, missed opportunity. 17 needs to lock that up. So now 2 is going to clamp down on 16. All right, good move by 18 to come in for 3. If 17 can lock up 2 again, 16 can tack and get free. Ooh.
I like the ones and involvement here.
Oh. Not enough pin and tacking.
Looks like they're still shy of ley line, but I like what 18's doing while they got the advantage. Getting over the top here. This could work out for the blue.
Yep. But
16's going to eventually get out of there. I think 17's got to trust their teammate. 17 might end up going with
17
2
should
here.
tack with 2.
Yep.
Yep. 16 sails straight for a little bit. I think 17 should still reach down on 2.
17
tack there.
Cross.
Now tack there. Right in front of 3. Still able to get to 2 if needed. 16 just needs to finish at this point.
Nice race there by the Tufts Jumbos.
Yep. Yeah, very well done.
Sailing for 5th place here in the national championship.
So Tufts is going to take that win over Dartmouth. So they've split the 2 times that they've sailed against each other so far. But Tufts is going to improve to 9-9. Dartmouth is going to drop to 8-10. So we're going to pick up race number 117, Brown in pink, 7-8-9, sailing against Stanford in black, 10-11-12.
Stanford looking very strong here. Play 2 maybe at the worst.
Yeah, I think Brown needs to be thinking about a boat number 7, grabbing the 1.
If 17 doesn't have the 1, it's going to be a long race for Brown here.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to get a little help from a righty here, but looks like they might already be on lay.
I don't think they have the 1.
I don't think they do either.
All right, so Stanford looks to be in a 1, 3,
4.
4.
Never know with that righty, that boat on the right might not totally be out of it. Brown also might have weaseled their way in there to the 1, by the way.
Yeah, you're right. So Stanford will be 2, 3, 4 at this mark.
See what Brown can do here on this run in the back of the fleet. It's a pretty deep 6.
Mm.
See what happens here. 8's going to have to do some serious work. Seven is hanging on there, certainly to the 1. Don't know that 8 is much closer.
About halfway down this downwind. Nine still pretty far back. 7 needs to be really careful about keeping the 1 and not letting 12 get inside here.
I think they're okay.
Yeah, I do too.
Got a jibe, but wrong side of 10 at that
Ooh.
point.
Just gave up on 11.
Wrong side of 10's. No. Okay.
Oh,
8.
okay.
It's one way to do it. Oh, they're
Ooh.
going to get room, but not be able to take it. It's not clear.
They
7 might have left the zone, too.
Yeah, they should have peeled back sooner.
That's all right. 8's got to be the hero now.
Even then, 12's close to going around the outside. Go, 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 go.
Don't release if you're 8, ever. Oh, looks like they went to the umpire there. Stanford spins.
Okay.
Can't see Mark 4 at this stage, but 11's doing a pretty nice job.
12's going right around the outside.
Mark should, yeah, there you go.
All right, so Stanford's going to be in a 1-2-6 at the mark from number 4.
Man, 12 going to leeward there. Oof.
Yeah. Well, that brown boat did a great job at the leeward mark. They gave up on 1 and took out 2 Stanford boats to let a teammate go through, but then they held on too long, and one of them was able to sneak around.
Which ended up not even really being the problem. The problem was that the ace,
Well, except for
the boat they let through was slow to react to
Right.
the ace.
Right.
How's 7 looking there?
7 might have a piece here.
And I think 9's got 10.
Yeah, this is changed a little bit.
All to play for here. Visually in the drone, pressure top left.
Boat 7 really needs to make this pass back take as long as humanly possible.
Here's that top left pressure.
So they tacked.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. And are they bow forward? How about a big luff there from 7?
Oh, 11 tacks. 8?
That
Nope,
might be the
okay.
nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Now is 8 in first?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Nice place for 11 to tack.
Yeah, this is coming together for Stanford here. Well, 9's got 10.
11's got a lay there, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, either 1-2 or 1-3.
Well, there was a chance there right at the end. Mixed it up. But the Stanford Cardinal moved to 18-0 and remain undefeated.
Their magic number has got to be dwindling, too.
That only helps with Brown being one of the teams in pursuit.
So, as we finish race 117, there are only 3 more races left in this round of 6. Boats are coming in to rotate. We're going to take one more short break before we give you the last 3 races of this round of 6. So stay tuned. We will be back shortly. Welcome back to the ICSA Women's Team Racing National Championship. I'm joined here by Charlie Enright. My name's Clay Johnson as we head into the fifth and final flight of this round of 6. Harvard in the red boats is just started against Dartmouth in the blue boats. They're heading up the first beat. So Charlie, we have these 3 races to go to finish this round of 6, and then we're going to come in, take a short break, and then the final 4 teams are going to head back out. Top 4 has already been established. It's going to be Stanford, Yale, Brown, and Harvard. I'm being told that teams will get in their boats and not rotate for the final 4 and stay on the water, so hopefully that keeps the action a little faster paced. They'll probably do what they did for the Open, which is send out coaches and extras in a motorboat to be out there for any substitutions or advice between races.
I think with the final 4 established, now it's all about how much mobility there will be in that final 4 once they move on. I think if Stanford beats Yale in this last race of this flight, I think that would ensure their national championship.
That is my read on it. The last race of this round of 6, race 120, will be Stanford-Yale. We'll come back and try to watch that one. But if Stanford wins, I think that's going to seal it for them. Dartmouth looking pretty strong here. Potentially with a 1-2-6 at this moment. You know, we talk about these top 4 teams as they move on. Right now, Stanford 18-0, Yale 15-3, Brown 13-5, Harvard 11-7. You know, there's a little bit of separation between all 4 of these teams. So this race could be important just to either close the gap a little bit or stay within a couple races heading into the final 4.
Got some colorful language in the background here.
I think somebody just asked Byrne if he would prefer steak or duck tonight, and his response was, for the love of God, duck.
Could have been that. I think the French call it canard.
Dartmouth looks to be in a 1-2-5. Pretty solid combination at the weather mark.
Dartmouth with a nice 1-2 here. They get the ace, should make their lives easier in the long term.
I can't tell if I just saw a flag or not. 16 is spinning. What do you think that was for?
Hit the mark?
Huh.
I have no idea what happened there.
Alrighty. Well, Harvard's going to try to go play 2.
Little gift from the umpire.
Dartmouth thinking play 4. Good job by 3 getting to the inside there.
And 2 slowing down. Ooh. Couldn't fit much there.
Alrighty. So you can see Mark 3 kind of in the top middle of our screen. Harvard's in a play 2. 2, 3, 4. I think that's a good balance by 2. Just take them away and
Isolate the variable.
yep. It's boat 3's coming back, but
Wait, what is 2 doing? Guess they still got a piece there. Puffs are really coming down now.
yeah, but looks like 18 got ahead of 3. So now Dartmouth's actually at play 4. Okay. Hard to tell without knowing where Mark 4 is. There we are. 2 needs to be a little careful about going too low, and they're already low on the lay line, the rum line. Ooh, see. So by being too aggressive going low, now all of a sudden 16 has room on you. And you're going to round and you are not in control of boat 16. All right, short memory. So 1 really needs to clamp on 16. This is taking too long. I think Dartmouth is going to sail into a play 1 here. 17 comes down on 1.
2 is going to attack here.
Should tack.
There they go. Didn't seem like the greatest attack.
Yeah, Harvard boat 1 is really going to struggle to live there.
Setting up for a play 1 here for Dartmouth.
Mm-hmm. Look for Dartmouth 18 to tack. Ooh,
Old main sheet drop, maybe?
I think it's just a little puff on the outside of it and healed up a little bit. I think Dartmouth 17. Yeah, there you go. So this race probably a little more meaningful for Harvard as they move into the Final 4. They don't want to fall another race behind
Brown.
Brown.
Uh, 16's across.
Yeah. So as we approach the finish line here,
Can't quite see the pin.
there's the pin. Dartmouth is going to finish with a 1-2 and take that race from Harvard. So that's going to bump Dartmouth up to 9 and 10 to finish their event. Harvard's going to fall to 11 and 8 as they prepare for the round of 4. And we are going to move on over to the starting line. The third race in this flight is going to be Stanford against Yale. Stanford is in the pink boats, 7, 8, 9. Yale in the black boats, 10, 11, 12. And by my calculations, Charlie, if Stanford wins this race, they're going to have won this regatta.
I believe that to be correct. Looks like a pretty even start here. So we got a pink boat ahead of a black boat.
Looks to me like Stanford's winning 2 pairs. Pair in the middle, pair to the left on our screen. No one really going with 11. Here comes 8 reaching in hot. Oh. Wow, that changed things a little bit.
Sure did.
Okay there.
Trying to squeeze 9 here if you're Yale. 12's kind of...
They look like... That's Mark 2, I believe. So Mark 1 is to the left in our view.
I think if you're 10, you're trying to barrel over the top of 9.
Right. There's Mark 1. So who's going first and second here? 12 and 10?
Mm-hmm.
12's going to stop. Ideally, they let their teammate go around them.
Just got to be careful with 8 there.
Right. You just got to be able to... They need a luff and shoot, and roll into attack.
Pretty well done there.
Yeah, I thought they executed it well. I saw about 8 raise their hand. I guess it doesn't hurt to ask the question. Green flag. And Yale did a nice job there in the back with boat 11 slowing down 9 and 7.
It's like they're sailing for their lives.
They are. So Yale is in a 1-2-4. Stanford
3-5-6.
3-5-6.
Yale's got some speedsters. See if they can put it on display here.
Feels a little windier.
Yeah, definitely. $11. Putting in a sizable gap there.
As their 2 teammates are in that nice puff extending. See that?
Looks nice.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Just like they drew it up.
Off screen, but just about to finish. Looks like the Tufts Jumbos are going to be victorious against the Brown University Bears as they approach the finish in the penultimate race of this round of 6.
So we talked about, a missed opportunity for Harvard beating Dartmouth. It's made worse by Brown also losing. They could have gotten within 1 of Brown. They're going to remain 2 back, it seems. Yale looking pretty strong here. Look for boat 10 to be the first one to tack. I like where boat 10 tacked.
I agree.
Yale looks to be in a 1-2-5.
Look at that lefty, 10's in. Woohoo!
Ooh. Not really sure why Yale tacked there. Wasn't to cover anybody. Maybe they said, I'll take boat 7, and I'm going to let my teammate who's stronger in boat 8, in boat 12, come down and cover 8.
8's making it interesting here.
8 is making it interesting. That was the right spot for 10 to tack. 10 needs to just control 8 on this side of the course. Leave out back. Have to leave out back. Good boat handling by boat 8.
8's chipping away here.
And there's still plenty of upwind to go.
See pressure on the right and the left. Coming into this mark.
Here comes boat 12 into the picture.
They're actually in a good place right now. 8 can't put the bow down.
Correct. That's why it's really important to lead back from the side. 12, ugh. So I would not have ducked. I would have just tacked and stayed away from it all.
Wow. 8.
8's doing a great job.
8's got a little separation here.
8's doing a great job of getting away from 10.
Problem is 8 has no help, even if they do their job.
So 12 can still go play 1 with boat 11.
7 might have a piece there. Tough to see, but I don't see 10 getting. Ooh, that was a big one.
I don't see 10 being able. All right, there we go. All right, so
I don't know how it's going to happen, but it looks like Yale's going to win this race.
first and not last. So Yale's going to get first.
Could be a 1-2 or a 1-4-5.
1-2, it seems. So Yale's going to hold on and take the first race from Stanford.
Wild.
Wild. So that's going to delay Stanford's.
Champagne popping party.
Yep. And bring the two teams within 2 races of each other. So Yale's going to face them one more time in the Final Four, but they're going to need at least one other team to beat them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to be rooting for Brown and Harvard to beat Stanford in a race.
So who knows?
It is not over here.
But the round of 6 is.
But the round of 6 is. So for everyone at home, we have done a round of 15. We have done a round of 6. We are now going to pare it down to 4 teams. It's going to be Stanford at 18-1, Yale 16-3, Brown 13-6, Harvard 11-8. These 4 teams are going to sail off against each other in one more round of 4 here at the 2026 ICSA Women's Team Race National Championship. We will be back shortly with the start of the Final Four. Don't go away. Welcome back, sailors. We are here live at the 2026 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing National Championship. We have done a round of 15, we have done a round of 6, and we are now down to the top 4 schools. My name's Clay Johnson. I'm joined here on the live commentary by Charlie Enright, and we are getting ready for the Final Four to start. Charlie, tell me a little bit about the plan for the Final Four.
Yeah, so that last race between Stanford and Yale was critical to making sure that the Final Four actually ended up mattering in terms of final standings. So all the teams are fairly equally spaced, 2 wins apart. So there is ability for movement, but we need to see some pretty unique finishes from the teams.
Let's actually take a look at those standings if we have them up. So Stanford remains in first with an 18-1 record, taking just 1 loss to Yale in the last race, as Charlie just said. Yale's going to be in second, 16-3, 2 races back. Brown in third with a 13-6 record, and Harvard in fourth with an 11-8 record. So a little bit of space between the teams, but there are some things to play for, and we're going to jump right into it. The first race of this Final Four is going to be Yale and Brown, and Yale is going to be in the blue 420s. Brown will be in the gray 420s, 4, 5, 6. And Charlie, the teams are going to stay in their boats for this entire Final Four. So they're not going to be coming in and rotating. Hopefully that speeds things up a little bit. I think just like the Open Championship, they sent out spares and coaches on the water to be able to substitute or give some advice between races. So hopefully this goes pretty quickly.
I can tell you it's a lot quieter here on the second deck without the coaches around. I can see some of them transiting out now through the breakwater. Looking forward to some good racing here.
Yeah, pretty pivotal race win in that last one for Yale. They showed a chink in Stanford's unblemished armor and proved that they could beat them. So they're 2 races behind. They're going to have 1 more race at them themselves in the last race of the event. So they could, in theory, win that. They control their destiny, but they're going to need Brown or Harvard to beat Stanford in one of the other 2 races to give them a chance.
So Brown against Yale here. Brown unable to catch Yale with a 3-win delta between them. But it is still possible to have movement between Harvard and Brown, depending upon tiebreaker.
I think for this race, the implications, Yale needs to win to keep pace with Stanford or maybe inch closer if Stanford were to lose to Harvard. And Brown probably looking to win just to kind of solidify their position in 3rd place overall. But here we go. Yale is going to be in the blue boats, 16, 17, 18. Brown in the gray boats, 4, 5, 6.
Tell you what, this is the second time we've seen Brown isolate aggressively in the pre-start, take a pair and start late.
You know, we talked a little bit about the new nomenclature that's being used out there today, and somebody was just telling me that if somebody starts very late like that, having get owned, they call that the baby bunny.
The baby bunny.
So I'm told.
Unbelievable.
I don't know if there's any truth to that or if someone was just having fun with me, but so Yale was deep off the line. Looks like this pair to the right on our screen. Yale is the leeward boat and is slowly making their way up to this Brown boat.
If the ley line's nowhere close, Brown's going to get over the top here, would be my guess.
You think so?
Different from that perspective, but time will tell.
You can see Mark II coming into our picture. They're definitely on the lifted long tack. I think you're right. I think that Brown boat's going to get over that Yale boat on the far left side. So Brown is beating Yale coming out of the right. Looks like Brown is in the 1. So Yale's going to be going play 2. Brown looks like they're in a play 4 right now.
I would agree with that.
I mean, the boat handling at the top of the fleet as we winnow this down is really impressive.
How's this going to play out?
I don't know, but I wonder if this brown boat should commit a little harder to the play 4 and really try and swoop down on 18 and slow them. Because 18's uncovered and tacking.
Yes.
All right, so Brown's going to round in first. Yale looks to be second and third. Status quo, 145-236. Great picturesque view of New Orleans and the Southern Yacht Club in the background. Tulane's done a really nice job of playing host to this event and the open event we watched a few days ago. Really first-class operation here.
Brown continuing to put the gap in there.
Yeah, nice job by 6, slowing boat 18.
Little puff there, huh?
Yeah. Oh, try to do a jibe, couldn't quite do it. I think there's a little puff and a righty at the moment. There's the jibe by 6, coming at 18. Do they have a piece?
Yeah.
Yes, 18 jibes away. So remember, 6's job is to slow 18. They want to create as big a gap as possible and drive them back in the fleet. Their teammate number 5, they're in first place. Their job is to stay close, but to keep the 1. And boat 4 is to just keep sailing fast.
Unorthodox, but depending upon how things play out here, you could look for the 5 to become the new 1.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay.
Nope, not with Mark 3 there.
Not with Mark 3 right there.
But man, nice job. Oh, and sometimes people just get impatient, huh?
Yep. Ooh, I almost wondered if...
Was outside.
Yeah.
Use starboard advantage. What? Could have gone at 18 there.
Yeah,
Make sure you're over the top.
That might have been an opportunity to switch there.
Over the top there.
I think...
This is going to get ugly here.
Yeah.
When it's ambiguous like this, you just got to get someone. So boat 6. That's tricky. You got to either get down over the top of 18 or hook boat 16. And instead, they're going to round with a pretty solid play 2 here. The Yale University Bulldogs. Unfortunate for the Brown Bears that lured Mark. They're doing such a good job and just came back too early.
So Yale looking strong in a 2-3-4. 18's going to take this brown boat out to the right.
Getting interesting again. Getting interesting again. Oh, wow. Okay. See what happens here. Okay. Four's got to move forward on 18. ASAP.
Agreed. And 5 needs to clamp on 16 ASAP.
Hopefully it's just the angle of the drone if you're a Brown Bears fan, but they both seem to be slipping bow back.
Well, and 17, I think, has lost the 1.
But I think,
Did 17 have the 1?
yes.
Okay.
I think luckily for Yale here, they're going to end up winning both these other pairs and just boat-on-boat battles. But this exchange could change it all. I think Brown's got to go play 2 here. Is there anything?
Ooh. I don't know.
$18. Brown's got to get the 1. Oh, was that a foul? Why would you tack off if you're pinning?
I don't know.
Yale wins with a 1-2.
Yeah, Yale's going to win this race. So, good news for Yale is they stay on the winning record and keep their pace with Stanford. Brown's going to drop a close race. Both of these teams are going to sail back to the finish.
See what happens with Harvard here. Might be something to play for.
So we're going to try and pick up the Harvard-Stanford race. Harvard actually looking quite strong here. Oh, I'm mistaken. I was in the wrong colored boat. Stanford looking quite strong here. Stanford in the red boats, winning all 3 pairs. So boat 1's ahead of 15, 2's ahead of 13.
Looking pretty solid here for Stanford.
Yeah. If I was 13, I would tack back and then try and encourage 2 to come back with me and maybe make it easier for my teammate, number 15, to make a play. Right? Your only chance is to get help from your teammate. But a left shift and a puff. All right, so now maybe the opposite. Can...
Kind of running out of time here.
Yep, but now if I'm 15, let's go back. Hope 1 comes with you. Close. Tight lee bow.
Good effort there.
Yep. It's going to be short-lived. If you're that other Harvard boat, you need to tack out. Right? You're just sitting in bad air from both of them.
Almost in the ley line. Another good race there for the Stanford Cardinal.
All right, so Stanford's going to take that race against Harvard. So that's going to improve Stanford to 19-1. Yale sitting 2 races back at 17-3 with 2 races to sail, one of which they control their own destiny, the other they don't. So a Stanford win or a Yale loss in the next race is going to crown Stanford the national champion. So as the boats finish this last race and sail back down to the course, we're going to wait for them to start. We need to say goodbye to my buddy Charlie Enright. Charlie has a flight to catch. He's done a fantastic job the last few days. It's been a pleasure to sit in the booth with you and get some insight. Here we are.
I'd like to thank you, Clay, for having me down, and thank the folks here at ICSA. I'd like to thank Tulane and the people at the Southern Yacht Club. Been wonderful to be here, but I got a day job, so I got to be back in Rhode Island tomorrow, back at US Sailing HQ. So thanks to everybody for having me, and you'll be in good hands with Amanda Callahan, the Roger Williams University coach, and one of the most avid team racers around.
Yeah.
So thank you, my friend.
No problem. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, and thanks for giving us some of your time. Appreciate it. So as Charlie steps out, as he alluded to, we are fortunate to have Amanda Callahan, head coach of the Roger Williams Hawks, slide into the commentator's chair and give us some feedback from her position as a college coach. Amanda, hey.
Hey!
Welcome.
Thanks for having me in the booth.
Thanks for joining us in the booth. I'm so excited to have you here.
Yay! This time last year, I was on an umpire boat, umpiring the last focus on the basics and fleet racing throughout the fall, and then right after that season ends, we start kicking it into gear, into team racing mode. I don't know. I think we just love it so much, and all of our kids love it so much, and they bring so much of their energy and passion, and that comes through in their sailing all the time.
Yeah.
And I think lately we've been attracting people who have just really loved team racing. So that's maybe that's part of the magic sauce, I guess.
Well, I'm a big fan of enthusiasm breeds enthusiasm, and I know that you're really passionate about team race, and I'm sure when you bring the energy to your practices every day and to your coaching that you're going to get sailors that want to sail for you. So that's really cool.
Let's stop talking about us. Let's
All
talk about
right.
these Final Four, because this is pretty awesome. Great racing coming up, no doubt.
So we've talked about over the course of this weekend just the level of women's team racing improving in general.
Yep.
What are some things that you've seen? Do you agree that the level's improving?
I do think that the top of this game is so good. I mean, Stanford hasn't lost a regatta all year. That's truly so impressive. So, and then in New England, it's like we got Stanford in a New England Final Four here. Yale has been really dominant inside New England so far this season. Brown beat Yale overall at the Dellenbaugh this season. I think that was the only time they beat them, even though on the water they split races. But they've been really, really good, and Harvard is also maybe not quite as consistent with their results, but very much competing at the very top. So this is going to be really good, and as we've seen, they have been really good. Great races.
Yeah, I think I was following along with some of the women's team races this spring, and there were a few regattas where, the difference between second and sixth or seventh place was one race.
I was talking on the way out to the cars yesterday with Johnny Norfleet, and we felt from Tufts, and we felt like our New England teams have been battle-hardened all season because we've been really just going back and forth in every race, it truly is a bloodbath out there. So it's given us a ton of experience and a lot of exposure, a lot of reps. We've had great wind overall this season, so I think we might have done more racing this season than any season I can remember in recent history. So loads of racing, lots of battles. It was really good.
That's awesome. Well, to remind everybody, we are in the midst of our Final Four. We've done the first 2 races. Stanford and Yale both took wins to keep pace at the top of the leaderboard. So we're going to slide into the third race of this Final Four. It's going to be race number 123 for this regatta. Harvard against Yale. Harvard's going to remain in the green 420s, 13, 14, 15. Yale's going to remain in the blue 420s, 16, 17, 18. And it looks like PRO Kyle Assad is getting the fleets ready to get going out there. Amanda, any notes on these 2 teams?
I've got a couple notes so we can know who we're sort of looking at here as soon as I pull up I know you just said the rotation, but my bad on that.
No, that's all right. About half an hour ago, we told Amanda that Charlie was going to need to leave early and Amanda was going to need to tap in for the last couple races. And Amanda has since been scribbling on a piece of notebook paper with notes about who's sailing and what they've done. And if anybody in this league knows team racing, it's Amanda. So I'm anxious to hear what she's going to say.
So we've got in this first race, Harvard 13, 14, 15. In 13, we've got Zoe Ziskin, class of 27, sailing. Oh boy, my notes are horrendous.
Can't read.
I can't even read my own notes. But we got Zoe driving the boat. I'm very crew forward, so I will find out who she's sailing with in 1 second. In boat 14, we've got Kate Danielson. Kate sailed the single-handed championships in the fall, class of 28 from Harvard. In boat 15, skipper Sophia Montgomery, also national champion in the laser, class of 25 from Harvard, going up against Yale 16, 17, 18, 16 Audrey Foley and Ella Benedetto. We've got 17, probably starting in the middle, Dorothy Mendelblatt, Julia Miller, and 18, Carly Keating and Sarah Moder. Now, Sarah and Julia, class of 26, those are the only 2 crews out there, the only 2 members of the Yale team who competed at last year's national championship where they finished second. So pretty amazing for Yale to sort of, to reboot and still be competing at this top level. All right, so let's focus in on the action here.
Yeah, they lost a lot of talent with the Coles twins and Mia Nicolosi and so many top women sailors, but here they are battling right at the top again, and I think it's a testament to the factory they have there and the great coaching staff they have working with those ladies.
Very, very good even start here.
Yeah, good start. It looks like
we've got, looks like Audrey and Ella Benedetto. They are, I'm probably saying her last name wrong, I'm sorry, taking a penalty turn, umpire-initiated penalty turn, not initiated, but umpire turn, 2 turns. So that is going to change some things here.
Yeah, so Yale immediately has a deeper 6.
Hard to say. There's been some nice left-hand shifts coming off the left all day. Sometimes they fade early, though. In real life, 18 looks a little bit more, sorry, not in the drone. 18 looks a little bit more advanced, but our view is also sneaky. And there's really good pressure out there on the left right now. They keep getting wound up. So maybe Yale is going to take that one if that lefty holds. And it looks like they're leading, boat 17 leading on the right-hand side. So right now, if the breeze holds, Yale might be with a 1-2-6, winning both sides. That winding lefty, though, is massive. So there's a chance if 13 can get across 17, yep, they look like they're coming back for them right now. Here they go.
All right, so 13 kind of conceding the 1 to 18 and committing to a play 2.
Yep.
They're reaching down to boat 17.
Great reaching breeze in the 420s out there right now. Really great conditions for team racing. You love some good shifts. You love some unbalancing puffs. Makes it really exciting, makes it really hard.
And here's an opportunity for Harvard to go play 2, maybe with a little bit less pressure because Yale's 6th place boat is a little further back, so 1 fewer boat to worry about. But their goal is to really try to slow down this third place Yale boat and convert.
13 really needs to lock down here. Lock it down. Looks like maybe boat 14 is getting bow out. Are they going to be able to get bow out before the ley line? Ooh, it looks like they got the tack off, so maybe they all look like they're high on that ley line.
They are high. You can see that Yale boat trying to luff a little bit and slow down 14.
Boat 15, though, is sailing in a completely different breeze out on the left, and they it's a big lefty out there. Really bow down right now. Meanwhile, boat 16 might have a bit of a righty on the right. Now, I don't know if you I'm looking in just straight out at the boats, not on this drone footage. So if I'm saying something that doesn't shake out because I'm looking, just feel free to correct me.
It looks great. You're doing an awesome job.
Okay.
So 14 was able to get over the top of 17. Are they still going to get inside of 16? It looks like it. So it looks like Harvard's going to come in with a 2-3-4.
Mm-hmm.
Really important when you're coming in with a boat close behind you, they raise their hand, that you do a nice shoot up, nice tight rounding. Don't let one of your opponents get in there to prevent you from tacking.
You cannot open your stern there. That opens everything up.
I don't blame Yale for asking the question.
This is a really tight 5-6 chase for Yale here, so anything can happen for sure on this run. You can see the breeze up on you can see a couple different breezes kind of developing for this run. That, hopefully they're keeping an eye on, a whopper out there, but that's probably off the course out by Mark 1. Probably not in play for those guys.
Good job by boat 15 to relieve some pressure from their teammate 14.
Yep.
I think boat 17 grazed 15. You know, a couple times earlier today we saw teams, what looked to be an obvious foul, and then they wait for an umpire decision, and instead of just doing a quick 360, they
spin and win, baby, spin and win.
They lost, they had to do 2, and that hurt them even more.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, for our viewers at home, the stakes on this race are important for Yale. If Yale loses, Stanford is going to win this regatta. So Yale needs to win and Stanford needs to lose to have it come down to the last race.
Are they holding the start of that race, or are they on the first beat? Oh, they're off screen. You can't tell, but they have started the other race with Brown and Stanford, and I don't have my binos to tell you who's doing well. Oh, well. Looks like 16 back on blue and green here. 16 has been able to get over the top and get that jibe off onto starboard. Are they going to get 17 over the top? 17's close to being rolling over the top into the 3. Oh, they definitely are in there. All right, a lot of pressure on
Harvard boat 13.
Woof, a lot of pressure up there.
Harvard 13 needs to get back involved and take out 17 and convert back to a play 2.
They're trying to get there. They're getting 15 through. Is 17 just going to take the 3? Or are they going to go back? Oh, my gosh.
Whoa.
They are rolling. If they don't get it, though, it's going to be a 1-5-6 for blue.
I think Harvard actually salvaged that.
Uh-huh. They really did. Good job.
Yeah, great job salvaging that play 2. So we still find ourselves in a 1-5-6. I'll tell you what, 16 looks pretty strong on that rear Harvard boat.
They really do. Definitely inside right now.
I see this Harvard boat luffing their jib 15. Isn't that just disturbing their teammates' air?
I don't know why they would do that.
Okay. All right, good job from that Harvard boat establishing themselves on the inside so they don't owe room. Here comes Mark 4 into play. This is really tight.
Still a very close chase for Yale, and as we've seen...
Good job by 15, slowing down, letting their teammate go.
Closing up that
Closing
mark.
that gap. Oh, there might have been
Close
contact
out.
with 16.
Nice.
Yeah, so 16 is going to spin.
13, though, has to do a little work with 17 right now, because if 17 gets up to that lane, Yale's right back in this race. They're trying really hard. You can see them really pinching up. Yep. They don't have a good piece. They have a little piece. 13's got to get right to 17 right now.
Yep. Bow down, get over 17, sail fast.
Now look at these puffs up this course right now. You can see them from the drone. So it looks like that left trio is going to be sailing into pressure in about 3 seconds.
Now, question for you as a coach today. There have been some of these big shots coming down, and obviously we're team racing and paradiscipline is important, but are you ever talking to your athletes about like, hey, have your head out of the boat if we're chasing, or at least like be cognizant of where these puffs are and how they're going to factor?
For sure. I think before every race, we sort of evaluate the conditions that we've seen, and we always, as a team, know what our chase play is going into the race based on the most recent conditions. And for a lot of this regatta and even the open event, we saw the right-hand side of the last beat paying,
17 got a piece of 15.
They certainly did. That's the spin and win. You take that one spin and you can get back in.
Yep. Big.
Mega puffs coming down. This is awesome.
Here comes 14 on a big reach down.
Okay, 14 is definitely keeping a tight eye on 16. 17, though, in my view, looking out, looks ahead of boat 14 right now.
Agreed.
And 14 seemed to still be slowing a little bit. Yep, here they come. You don't want to see this. Nobody locked that down. Yep.
Good job for Yale. 17's pinning
Way to
14.
act. Way to act. Now, that trio on the left is short of ley line. So they're getting closer, though. They are getting closer.
14, you have to realize at this point you're not going to outrun them.
Yep.
So
13's got to get to 16. Oh, 16, let your teammate get there first. Anyways, competing passbacks, kind of. All right, 15's, they're abandoning their idea, but at this point, that was your only play.
All right, it's all coming together here at the finish line. You can see the finish in the top left corner of our screen.
15, I think, had to stick with that play. It's their only play.
Here they come, reaching in.
Yep. 13's got to be doing a lot more work here. And on the drone, it looks like they had good positioning here. In the screen, it doesn't look quite as good. They want to make sure that 16 is not on.
13,
they're not
don't
on.
let them finish.
You
Don't
cannot let them get to the finish line. It's tough on that ley line, though.
Oh.
Tough on that ley line. So 18's across in the one. That boat handling is really hard. That tight turn up on the inside.
It is.
Ooh, well, they still have the 6. 13 finished 6.
Yeah. I think Yale was first and not last.
I think so, too.
So that was an exciting one. We're going to click refresh to confirm, but to my eye on the drone, it looked like Yale took that race off of Harvard. Jump to the last beat just to confirm this Stanford race. So we're going to quickly just pan downwind. The Stanford Brown race is coming up the last beat. Stanford looking really strong.
You don't need binos for this one. You can see they got a real solid 1, 2, 3 right now. The only way this gets even a little bit wonky is with a major shift, major puff. This is very solid for the Cardinal. Who do we got sailing for the Cardinal? We've got in boat 1, Sophie Fisher, class of 26, with crew Piper Blackband, 28. Boat 2, we got Vanessa Larkamp, class of 26, sailing with Alice Schmidt, class of 27. Boat 3, Ellie Harned and Kit Harned, sisters, class of 26 and 27.
Sisters sailing together.
Yeah.
All right.
I tried sailing with my sister once. It was a disaster.
Yeah, I never tried sailing with my brother.
Actually, that would have been pretty funny.
Yeah, it would have been funny.
For outside spectators, maybe. Anyways, let me tell you a little bit about the roster that they've got out there on the Stanford squad. Vanessa, boat 2 again, driving boat 2. She is been the skipper, the college sailing skipper of the year for the last 2 years. This year, she's also won, not this year, but won A division in a women's, won B division in women's nationals, won co-ed B division, like
Really impressive
Absolute
accolades.
rock star. Ella Schmidt last year, crew of the year for college sailing. Really impressive. And we're seeing right behind us,
I think with this win, Stanford has officially won the
we're
regatta.
seeing some awesome celebrations from their coaches. Super amazing. I'm going to keep talking about the girls on this championship, is multi-championship winning Stanford team. Sophie Fisher, she is vying for the Olympics in the NACRA. Piper won A at the ACCs this year in Women's A, and co-ed B at the ACCs. Ellie is the second person in college sailing history to be named an All-American skipper and crew in the same year.
Wow.
That's so cool.
Really
The
cool.
coolest, yeah. She's a she's driving. Ellie's driving, let me say that, in boat 3, but she's also a 3-time All-American crew.
Very impressive.
And has won A Division 2 times. And now winning team racing with Stanford again.
Really impressive.
Super duper impressive.
There they are, your 2026 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing National Champions. The Stanford Cardinal look pretty cool, calm, and collected. Maybe they're waiting for the regatta to be officially over before
They get into real celebration mode.
Yeah.
Gotta love celebration. When last time that New Orleans hosted and Tulane hosted this national championship, there were gators in the water.
Oh, geez, really?
They really were, like, inside by the rotation dock. So the day after Tulane, literally the day after Tulane won last time and had celebrated and jumped into the water, obviously, there was a gator in that exact same spot the following day. So hopefully no gators that far out where they are, but I think they're safe out there.
Yeah.
And they keep their undefeated streak alive for this whole entire season.
Really? Undefeated?
Yeah, undefeated.
Whole season.
And you know what's really remarkable? I mean, the whole thing has been really remarkable in my opinion. But there's several regattas where they put their crews skippering and still got many, many dubs.
Speaks to the depth of their team, speaks to the understanding of the game by all the players involved.
All the skill of their sailors, absolutely phenomenal.
This is on the heels of a second-place finish at the Open Team Racing National Championship just a few days ago.
Exactly. Vanessa's been sailing out there for 5 whole days in some real big heat, a lot of pressure. Really impressive.
Really impressive is correct. We talked earlier in this regatta about the coaching staff at Stanford and how fortunate they are to have 4 great team racing minds involved, led by Chris Clevin, Augie Dale, Sean Harvey, Lachlan McGranahan. I mean, you can't even dream up a better, more talented coaching staff than that when it comes to team racing. But they all have their hand in this. They team race in practice. I'm sure the women's team lines up against the co-ed team all the time, and that's probably made them a tougher team for it. And just all around really impressive result.
So now that is locked up,
I think it's going to lock up the entire
I think
top 4.
the whole entire thing is sorted now, yeah?
So we do have 2 more races to go. In the first race, Harvard and Brown are going to square off. And in the second race, Stanford and Yale. But by our math, it looks like Stanford will be your champions. Yale will finish in second, Brown in third, and Harvard in fourth. Pretty impressive performances around.
So much great racing. So much great racing. I will tell you, during the co-ed finals when we all went on the water, sometimes when you're out there and you're like right in the thick of it as a coach, sometimes it was like too exciting, like it was easier to just watch from land and, not know exactly if we had the cross. But when you're out there like following the race, you knew exactly where we were standing at any given moment. So, sometimes from here there's like a little buffer of, quarter mile.
Sailors can't hear what you're really saying about them.
Yeah, yeah. I know you've already mentioned it. You and Charlie already mentioned it before, but I got to give another shout out to Tulane, to their whole entire program. This Nationals is so well run. It is a finely tuned machine. Everything, like the trash was never full, the water was never warm, the toilet paper was never out. It was really, really good. Really good. And, I mean, also the racing, they're just banging out. I mean, that's why we're here, not about the toilet paper. But the breeze, the weather, it's been so good, so much racing.
And PRO Kyle Assad and his team have done a fantastic job.
They have been out there this whole time. Oh my God! And just every time my girls came back in, they had great things to say about Kyle. They're like, he's so funny out there. He's on the megaphone teeing up races with his like comedic style. Keeping it light on the starting line. Making sure everybody's having a good time at this high pressure cooker of a regatta.
Well, I think the call of the regatta was probably to push racing up 1 hour this morning, starting at 9 instead of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are with only 2 races left. Plenty of time. It hasn't been a stressful day. We're worrying about whether we're going to get the rotation in or not.
Mm-hmm.
And just a veteran move by a PRO who does a great job.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Kyle has, with his brother Justin, they've been running the CJ Buckley team race for, I think, more than 20 years now. He's got loads of experience with these big events, and eventually that became a national championship for the 420 class.
Yeah.
So loads of experience out there on that start boat.
Well, we're lucky to have him in college sailing.
Absolutely.
So we're standing by here waiting for the last 2 races of this championship. The first race is going to be between Brown and Harvard, followed shortly thereafter by Stanford and Yale. Breeze looks good. We have plenty of time. I think we're just getting ready to go.
If you don't pay that close attention to the rotations or don't follow team racing that closely in college sailing, it's always nice that the way the program works, it always pits the first and second team in the last race. In this case, it doesn't matter. There's no pressure on the line. But sometimes it's like you're waiting for that last race to go off, and it all comes down to that. So.
Yep, that is by no accident that the rotation is designed that way. I know that for the entire first round of 15, Charlie and I were eagerly waiting for race 105 between
Yes.
Yale and Stanford to see
Yes.
their first battle against each other.
Yep.
And, I know that Stanford's won this, but so far Yale and Stanford have split head-to-head battles, and I'm sure that both teams are going to want to go out on top, so I do expect a good last race.
Mm-hmm. Did I...
We haven't said anything about the Brown Bears.
The Brown Bears, sorry to our Rhode Island comrades. If we can see, they're teeing up here. So in boat 4, we've got Lulu Hamilton, class of 27, sailing with Catherine Majette, 27 also. Boat 5, Katie Doble, 26, Fries Corcoran, 28. Boat 6, Catherine, K-Mac, as they call her, 26, and Caroline Keefe-Jones, also class of 26. So very experienced Brown squad, and an editorial bit. They are also really, really fun neighbors to have.
Do you guys train together at all?
We do get to go up to Brown. We don't do it a ton, but definitely as we get later into the season, we go up there and have some good battles. And they're always really hospitable, but also just like truly hysterical. So we enjoy it. We have a good our girls on our team are really friendly with the girls on the Brown team. All right, so we're coming probably into probably about the last 30 seconds into the starting line.
Yeah, it seems like people have paired off.
Yep. Looks like boat 15 has I thought they were locked up to windward. They got free there.
Amanda, what's your preference for where you start in a team race?
You mean boat middle pin?
Yeah.
All of my career I was like a boat starter, so, and by mine I mean like as a crew, like we were on the boat.
You guys
So
like to start at the boat?
Yeah.
All right.
How about you?
I'm a big pin guy.
Pin shark. Yes. Yes. Good. All right. Probably in the last 10 seconds to go, I would guess. Maybe that boat pair might be looking a touch late.
Here we go. You can see them going.
Oh, no, everybody's on time.
Individual recall flag is up. Boat 6 is spinning back. That's a brown bear.
Okay. Boat 4 has some work to do for the brown bears then.
Yeah, boat 6 having to restart. Boat 5 is losing their pair to boat 13.
Again, I kind of like some of these lefties coming down. They've been holding on the first beat, not so much the second beat. So we'll see. You can see these puffs, one rolling down the middle. Nobody's going to get a hold of that one.
2 threesomes developing here.
Yep.
It seems like both pairs are sailing fast forward, not really doing any sort of pass backs, maybe trying to figure out which side's going to come in first.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do any balancing this early in a beat with these kind of conditions.
Very Charles River-esque out there.
It really is. It really is. They're getting, it looks like they're getting a little slow on the left-hand side. So maybe they are trying to get that done.
Yep, and there goes the brown boat tacking out. So Harvard tacking with them. Looks like they're leading out of the left. Course left. Now, do they let the coaches follow the races in the Final Four?
Yes, they did the other day. I can't tell from here. Yeah, it looks like they're pretty close. Okay.
So Harvard in the green boats, 13, 14, 15. Brown in 4, 5, 6.
If four can come through, this is going to be a race. Looks pretty close. We don't know where that ley line is exactly. It looks to me like 4 is going to come through in the 1, so definitely a race right now.
Leave out, back out to the side.
Okay. Are they not on ley line, clearly? Oh, interesting. I wonder why they didn't cross through. Yep. Had to duck there, 15. Absolutely.
There's the mark.
Okay. The 15 appears to be on lay. 5's overlay.
It looks
Holding
like
14 overlay. 4's got the 1 probably, right?
Yeah, but I wonder if, are they on ley line or above ley line? Like, can 13 have a piece of 4 here?
They only got like one more second to do it if they can.
But they could also say, hey, no room here, no overlap.
That's true. Get that nice tack off.
Yep, so they're going to go nicely there.
Okay.
All right, so Harvard has the 1. Brown's going to round in the 2. Looks like boat 15 is probably in third place.
I think so.
So Harvard potentially with a 1-3-6.
Yep. And you can tell boat 2 is like, we're just going to try to get this done right away.
Yep.
Spacing is a little bit favorable maybe for Harvard. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I think if you're Harvard, you immediately try to go play 1, and hopefully you can execute. If for some reason you can't, then
I think 4 needed to be a little bit more aggressive there.
Yeah. But then 15 could also fall back onto 6 and 5 and turn this into a play 4. Jump high.
Got the hook. Yep.
Good job by 4.
Yep.
Great job by 4.
Got it done. That's a 2-3-4 now for Brown. It's a race. 4's got to release this pretty soon. There they go.
Yep. So 4 was able to act faster than 13, and they turned this into a 2-3-4.
Ooh, but we got 15 rolling over the top here. 6 is already there to defend, hopefully. Provide some help if they need it.
All right, so Harvard now thinking, oh, I see 4 spinning.
Interesting. Was that a flag? I missed it.
I don't think so. I think that
They're just
Harvard was
cycling out.
clear ahead. I think Harvard was clear ahead, and then 4 tried to swing their bow through and clipped them.
And they did their own penalty turn, spinning and winning.
So we have a pretty clear 1-4-5 for Harvard, 2-3-6 for Brown.
Brown is in good position to do a downwind split, which is a really hard team racing play to execute.
What's the downwind split? Tell me about
Well,
it.
just, if it's kind of like the upwind split the banana,
Okay.
where one boat takes one boat and the other boat takes the other one. But in this case, they weren't able to lock up either of those, either 14 or 15. So it's just going to go back to a regular 1, 4, 5 with a gap for 13, 14, 15.
Right. And now 14 here, their job is to really try to gap out this brown boat.
They aren't going
They're not
that aggressive with it.
There they go with a jibe.
Nice little gentle flick,
There
as
they
they
go.
say.
Get right back into it.
15. Their whole job is to keep pushing this race forward. If they can get in between those two brown boats, that is really helpful, which it seems like they've almost done right now. When they get between the two boats, one can't luff their opponent because their teammate's on the outside. So that's a really effective way to keep the race pushing forward.
Any chance for 14 to slip through here?
Oh, I think nobody's got eyes on 14.
13 should head up.
Absolutely.
Harvard's going to slide into the 1-2, and even better is 15, if played well, could have an ace.
Still, yep. Timeout. Should we be watching the final race with, Stanford and Yale? They have started. They are halfway up the first beat. I don't want to ruin the stream here.
This is a pretty exciting one. We can stay here
Sure
for a
is.
little bit.
Okay.
We'll come back to pick up the Stanford-Yale race.
Okay.
All right, so Harvard's going to round with a 1. Harvard's going to have a 2. Go forward, 15. Go forward, 15.
Wonder why they did that Mark IV Mark trap when they had that nice 1-2. Anyways.
Yeah, but
And Harvard still has the ace, though they did
tack away.
get maybe pinched off there. So, again, we've seen some gnarly puffs, gnarly shifts on this last beat. Things can get really unbalanced. You can see a big puff up there by the finish line, right off of the breakwater point, coming down the middle right.
Yeah, big puff coming down in the middle right now. Harvard's looking pretty good at the moment, but we've seen a lot of crazy things happen. I would say that they no longer have an ace.
If four is looking stronger by the minute here. 4 is looking strong on those boats out on the left-hand side, I think. Oh, they don't feel like they could get there, really.
Well, I think Harvard has a 1-2 in the middle. Middle and right.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at the wrong boat. I'm so sorry.
So Harvard leading back from the course right side. Harvard leading their pair in the middle. And Brown leading this pair on the left.
Brown needs a massive left-hand shift. They need a massive left-hand shift to get a piece of,
These two pairs are coming together.
Yes, the one is coming back. They are concerned. 13 has to, if that's a pin, they have to duck. All right, well, 13 is now free, sailing towards...
I see a spin.
13's free, sailing towards the finish line. 14 now back in good command of the right-hand side of the race course. They can clean up boat 5 if they need to, but it looks good. Oh, big left-hand shift coming. A little too late for Brown.
14's going to stay with 5. Your goal here is to finish with a 1-2, even a 1-3 if you have to.
Little puff coming.
But you have to get the 1. So a little further.
13 and 14 both look to be on ley line for the finish.
Is there any chance of this brown boat coming in here and getting in front of 14?
If that more left shift comes and they can't make the pin.
Harvard's going to take this. All right. So Harvard takes this really close race with Brown. Doesn't mean anything for the standings, but always nice to end the regatta on a win.
Absolutely. Ooh,
And
here we are.
the race Amanda really wants to see. Stanford, Yale. Stanford is in the red 420s, Yale in the blue 420s.
Looks like Stanford's got the 1.
156.
Yep.
This is the last race of the regatta, race number 126.
Coming into Mark 3 here, Stanford.
Yale pretty solid, 2-3-4. Yeah, Yale looking pretty good here in the 2-3-4. Stanford boat is spinning.
Getting some intel out here. Ellie Harned currently winning a national championship on a broken leg.
Broken leg.
What the? That's insane! What? Unreal. So our skipper of boat 3 out here
Clearly not affecting her too much.
on a broken leg? You gotta be kidding. All right, so we've got, the Yale, really nice 2-3-4 right here.
I wonder if that was some information that came out after Stanford clinched.
Nobody wanted to.
They didn't want to leak that earlier and encourage any tacking duels with her. Or
Yeah, right?
any foul play between rotations.
All right, so we've got Vanessa Larkamp and Alice Schmidt, boat 2, coming out here to the right-hand side. 18, Carly Keating, Sarah Motor, out here on the right-hand side. For Yale, in the middle, a duck by Vanessa Larkamp. Oh, sorry. Nope, that was 3. That was a duck by broken-legged Ellie Harned, Kit Harned. Are they going to get any pieces?
So this
Not
is
really, but out on the left-hand side.
this is tightening up a little bit.
Yes, boat 1 maybe getting a piece of
So-
boat 16 and 2. So
Interesting.
remember, at the leeward mark, blue had a 2-3-4, and it does not look like they currently have a 2-3-4.
Oh, okay.
That was a clear cross
Yep.
from the drone view, anyways.
So red is winning. It looks like Stanford's trying to go play 4.
Ooh, that might have been contact there. No? Yep, contact between 1 and 17 and that tack out.
All right, so 3 needs to slide in and try to pin somebody.
Yep.
Though it does also looks like 18 might have gotten the 1.
Might be crossing here. Not on lay line. Could be pinned out past lay.
Okay.
Oh, 2 is
All right,
giving it
so they're
up.
going to
2's
play
giving
2.
it up.
2-17.
But nobody's
3
got the cover on the right.
3 needs to go with 16.
Wow, they're locking down hard. Here we go. Red doing some crazy business coming into the finish here. Oh, all right, 2's dropping on 17. 3 really has to get a lock. You can see the pin end of the finish. You can see it just on the top of your screen now. They're trying to, boat 1 is just about
need
to
a-
be bow out here, but they got to get really bow out.
Good job by this other Yale boat to try to pick up boat 1.
Okay, 1's ahead of 17, but 3 is
Somebody-
really weak. 3 is really weak on boat 16. Oh, they got a little puff. It looks like they're going to be able to hold on to that.
That helped. I'm a little worried about 17 and 1 here.
Mm-hmm. Woo. Fighting to the end. Fighting
no
to the
kidding.
end.
Ah,
This is what you love to see. Oh, we got 16 either cycling out or taking a penalty. It looks like maybe cycling out. So, again, blue converted.
Blue's going to win first. I think Stan-
Red's got the 2-3-4.
Yep.
Wow, what a race. That was some good stuff.
Good
Woo!
Great team racing.
Excellent balancing at the end. That's why they're national champions. Congratulations to the Cardinal. Woo!
Great team racing by the two best teams over the course of this weekend, all the way up until the finish line. Incredible. Now we're going to see some celebrations.
Love this. Really great race. That was so much back and forth.
Really well done. Celebratory hugs and high fives. Here comes their coach boat in to join the party. Stanford.
What a squad.
Can't say enough.
Congratulations.
What an impressive performance over the course of this weekend. They're going to finish this regatta with a record of 21-1. One single loss the entire weekend.
Are they going to jump in, or they're not going to jump in? They don't want the Gators.
Yeah. I don't know if Ellie Harnett should be jumping in.
True.
There they are celebrating. They won this regatta last year too, correct?
They did.
Really great job by this squad.
Are they going to do it? Are they going in? Are they going to capsize?
I
3,
think some are
2,
jumping in.
1. Woo! Again, we had sailing for Stanford over the course of this weekend. Allie Harned, class of 26, sailing on a broken leg. Kit Harned, 27. Sophie Fisher, 26. Piper Blackband, 28. Vanessa Larkamp, 26. Alice Schmidt, 27. Amazing. Congratulations again to the Stanford Cardinal.
Really well done. What a regatta.
I think if we looked back over the course of their season, they, like I said, they went undefeated in regattas, but the total number of races that they lost, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it might be 5.
Yeah.
Like 5 races over the course of the whole season. Maybe I should look that up real quick.
Just a dominating performance
Absolutely.
all the way around. I mean, they were favorites coming in, and sometimes when you're the favorite coming in, there's a little bit of added pressure on you. Either you're the returning national champs, but they handled it well, and I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind that this is the deserving national championship team. This was a phenomenal performance. So women's team racing is in a really good spot. We've had 5 women's team racing national championship regattas now. This is the 5th edition. It's impressive to see this year in and year out. The teams are getting stronger and more competitive. It's deeper. And
that battle for the top 6 cutoff was like, there were times where, like you said, 4 teams tied
incredible.
Right in the middle.
And two other teams one race behind.
Yep.
So it's just really a great thing to see for women's sailing. I mean, I have 2 daughters at home, and I want them to sail, and I want them to be competitive and to go to college and enjoy this. So I'm all for all of these opportunities, and it's just so cool to see.
I would have loved to team race in college. I would have loved it.
Yeah, really cool. All right. Well, with that, the conclusion of 5 days of team racing, 3 for the Open National Championship, 2 for the Women's National Championship. It's been a phenomenal event here at Southern Yacht Club. Tulane has been a great host, as Amanda said, came with the toilet paper, and it's been a great experience.
Good. Charles Higgins, our coach at Tulane, is behind us laughing at that comment.
Well, it's important.
It is important. Again, sensational victory for the Stanford Cardinal. Thanks for letting me fill in as JV commentator. Thanks for having to leave early, Charlie. My dad was texting me throughout the weekend, and he thought you guys really did a tremendous job. Loves the commentary. Great coverage.
Thank you.
really moving college sailing forward.
Yeah, it's great. College sailing is in a really good spot, very high level, and it's been a pleasure. So for all of us here at Tulane, at the 2026 ICSA College Sailing Team Racing Championships, my name is Clay Johnson. This is Amanda Callahan. Thank you to our other co-host, Charlie Enright, who had to leave early. But we're going to say goodbye, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.